Bluetooth mode.
0530 UK time. 6th of the 11th, 2024.
You're a lifesaver. I'm on Zoe right away.
All of the massive, them style ya, special request to all the soldiers and each and every one about ya. That's them style ya. Trouble, stiddly wap, stiddly whoop, stiddly wap, stiddly whoop, stiddly diddly 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 whoop. What? Yes. John O'Bant and leave you sing like a Melo Canary. A youth like you should live in a New York City, right? Diddly 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 whoa. One. Stiddly wop, stiddly whoop, stiddly doop, stiddly daddly diddly doop. And the telephone says she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies. Cause the band and leave it, so can hold him boy and large extra broad. Whoa. What? Stiddly diddly diddly diddly. Stiddly wop, stiddly whoop. Stiddly diddly widdly diddly widdly whoa. What? And the telephone says she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Mercedes. If my Mercedes would have full up of the disease, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Firebird. If my Firebird is not fast enough, many will leave us and no one can just. Lord of mercy, Bart and leave it. John knows about and leave it. A man like you have a golden vice. I should have drive a Rolls Royce. Me? Thank you, man. Whoa. Go on. Stoodly wop, stoodly whoop, stoodly dap, stoodly whoop, stoodly wop, stoodly boop, stoodly wop, stoodly diddly 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 whoa. Go on. And the big phone says she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Mercedes. If my Mercedes would have pull up of the disease, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Firebird. If my Firebird is not fast enough, many and leave us and my well conscious. Me nicer than the coffee, so in your thermos let me be. Stoodly wop, stoodly whoop, stoodly wop, stoodly whoop, stoodly diddly diddly diddly. Whoa, what? And the telephone says she hear my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Mercedes. If my Mercedes would have full up of the disease, girl, I'm gonna take you in my Firebird. If my Firebird is not fast enough, girl, put your ass on the damn minibus. Me name leave us and me well conscious. Me nicer than the coffee, in your thermos let me be. Stoodly wop, stoodly daddly diddly whoop, stoodly wop. Oh, John O'Bart and leave it. A man like you can't sing, you should live a foreign. John know them style their fashion. Right, this is when they come to Volcano. It's like a stage show. But right now we're gonna bring in one of Volcano national items. Scene. John know them style their fashion play by the #1 champion of this online world. The first one, Mr. Casimus girl, me use boots, me gonna take pearl. Round the world. dreadlocks, I want you to know, sir. It's not a record I play. This is Prince Psalms, the volcano ants man. Saying, one billboy, yo. Channel is a volcano, are the champion sound of the whole wide world. Saying, Lord of mercy. This is the one, yeah. With name, electric boogie, boogie with me. Electric boogie, boogie with me. Electric boogie, boogie with me. In the school where me go, Holy Trinity, doors everywhere, super coffee, shoes everywhere, Crocs wallaby. Take me lunch money and buy a Sensi. Gonna smoke it in the class, go out go leave. Some people did a pause and inside me, go up in me yard, tell me mommy, when me go home about 5:30. Mother take the belt, start beat. She say fi second for me, steady for me, steady for me. You see me, I look at you behind me. You see me, I look at you behind me. Me say me no want no girl we no have no money. Me no want no girl we no have work ability. Me no want no girl we can't pull and deadly. Me no want no girl we can't walk up from pay. Me no want no girl we can't ask man scary. You see me, I look at you behind me. You see me, I look at you behind me. You see me, I look at you behind me. Me say me no want no girl we no have no baby. Me no want no girl we are the fi hungry. The school where me go, Holy Trinity, doors everywhere, super khaki, shoes everywhere, Crocs wallaby. Take me lunch money and buy a Sensi. Gonna smoke it in the class, go out go leave. Some people did a pause and inside me, go up in me yard, tell me mommy, when me go home about 5:30. Mother take the belt, start beat me. She say fi cycle for me, ooh yeah, steady for me, go on, cycle for me, Jericho, the no style round the world, Jericho, the no style round the world, cause the boy a Jericho, John on the dreadlocks, a man like you could never ban a woman, so last I know I can't be out.
City ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with the working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania and the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
And so there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What do you hear?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I'd love to see the go take a nap, and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this. But we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days. That Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think it was. So we'll see. I think it's close that there's vote coming in. You know, some conversation over how much of the remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple Ruth Rose Charity, you know, getting Nebraska second, but the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, sold to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020. And every single demographic is college-educated women, and even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think of the fact that there were some people, and we were going to win, but it's inserted that was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really, what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the campaign did. I'm sure she loses Pennsylvania, the Elijah Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on a ticket or going to Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of spin around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine of one instance where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, I did want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the city president. No party has elected a president when their city incumbent.
Point. I think three things. This is Sanders. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from Mississippi, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And the reason thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And it's just like, Carl, normally we see a race where in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing, and you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats keep it.
True Peace branches.
that it looks, again, it's going to be
in your travel insurance spoil your holiday. Go without the doubt. Insure and go. Call 0800 198 0198. Trusted by over 27
faithful are the exclusive club around Donald Trump. They've been up the road at his place. That's Elon Musk. It's people like Dana White, CEO of the UFC. Nigel Farage, we saw him coming in here. Indeed, there was clearly those who had been with Donald Trump watching the election results. They were all decanted into this place. I might say it looked like some of the celebrating had already been done, but Nigel Farage certainly was amongst them. They have the exclusive area just in front of the stage for the big speech, and you know, so much has been focused on it, hasn't it, in the run-up, about declaration of victory on the basis of nothing at all. Well, I wouldn't surprise me at all if there was a declaration of victory. I think that's what everybody expects here, but you know, it's based on something. It's based on the drift that this country has made towards Donald Trump. For all the talk about a tight race right now, it doesn't seem quite as tight as anybody was expecting. It looked like a fairly quick result. That's the way they're seeing it. There has been a growing sense of anticipation, of optimism. His advisors said they were cautiously optimistic at the start of the night. They are now optimistic, and clearly the mood here is that it is in the bag. Several hundred people, maybe as many as 1,000 and more, you know, a well-dressed, well-attended party. People who had the sense that they were going to win it, and people who have a stronger sense right now. I wonder what we'll see on stage. We'll see Trump certainly, but he has been in the company of Dana White, like I said, Farage. He won't be on stage, but Elon Musk wouldn't surprise me at all if he was on stage. And the questions begin, don't they, about Trump. What will he do? Elon Musk, what will he do? What will be his role in any Trump administration, should that come to pass? Bear in mind, we don't have the final result yet, but all these questions are coming to the fore now. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, he's on a flight to Mar-a-Lago to join in the party, and I suppose join in some serious, hard-headed discussions about the road forward. There was a reason they called this the most consequential election in the United States. Well, I think this country is about to find out what those consequences are, as is the rest of the world, of course.
Yeah, James, thank you very much. And of course, we'll be back there to hear Donald Trump when he speaks. But we are witnessing quite extraordinary events in the United States, and it is quite possible that just like 2016, we're looking at the blue wall turning red. I mean, is that what we're looking at, Lewis?
Yes, if you're just waking up, you are on the verge potentially of seeing Donald Trump pull off the greatest comeback in political history, because he is on the verge of pulling off not just an election victory, but potentially a realigning election victory in the United States. What do I mean by that? Well, we all said, didn't we, all throughout, it was about the 7 key swing states. We know that Georgia's gone. We know that North Carolina is gone. What is left on the board? He's 24 away, electoral college votes away from securing the 270 that he needs. And as Mark was saying, he is currently leading in every single remaining battleground state, and not just winning them, but winning them at a canter at the moment. So let's look at Pennsylvania, 93% of the vote in now, difference of 218,000. What's left on the board? Less than 500,000 votes, fewer than 500,000 votes remaining. Going to be very difficult for Kamala Harris to make that up. It's possible, but it will be very difficult. Let's look at what's going on in Michigan. There's far more of the vote still remaining in Michigan, only 64% of the vote in. But look at that. Donald Trump is currently ahead by 6 points or so. Very, very difficult to make up, even with that amount of vote on the board, to make up that margin of 233,000. Actually, let's just look, because this is one of the, if you've just waking up to this, this is one of the stories of the night, which is Donald Trump. When I talk about it being a realigning election, what I mean is that he is augmenting and adding to his coalition, not just holding on to his white voters, to his rural voters, but also adding Latino voters, Hispanic voters, and black voters. So let's look at here, Detroit, only 24% of the vote in Wayne County, very African-American county, very, very black county. You see Biden got 68.4% of the vote there in 2020. Harris is currently only on 58% of the vote. As things stand at the moment, Donald Trump is on course to win 1 in 3 of all ethnic minority votes in the United States. It is a remarkable achievement. He's putting together the most diverse group coalition of Republican voters that we have seen for some 30 years. Let's look at Wisconsin as well. We can see Donald Trump is ahead again by about 4 points or so, with only 89% of the vote already in. And then we can go out west. Is there any help at all for Kamala Harris out there? Well, in Arizona, she's doing a bit better than the other places. It's tighter here, 13,000 vote difference, which is ironic because we thought going into this election that actually Arizona was the one which was closest and already into the Trump column, or he was doing best in, but there's still about half of the vote still remaining out there. And in Nevada as well, we've got 70% of the vote now in the Silver State. Remember, this is a state that has voted Democrat in every single election since 2008. And again, Donald Trump is ahead by about 3.5 points there. And most of the people who live in this state live in Clark County, which is the home of Las Vegas. You can see that Kamala Harris is ahead by about 1.8% or so of the vote. But you can see again, she's doing worse than Joe Biden did back in 2020, with 53.7% of the vote for Biden then, with only about half of the vote now for Harris. So where does that leave us in terms of the road to 270 electoral college votes? Was, as I said at the start, Trump has got 246. Harris is way down on 194. Well, he's already got North Carolina, already got Georgia. So we can see if it comes, we get to tonight and we find that he takes Pennsylvania, then he needs only one extra vote, or one extra state, I should say. And then let's say, for example, it's Wisconsin, and then he's got it. So he has got so many paths opening up before him now. He has so many different combinations of states available to him. We've got states on the board that should have been declared long ago. You can see New Hampshire there. That should always have been for...
Are you having any laugh? Are you getting any laughing? If other people do, why can't you have a little fun?
Book a bonus points restaurant on OpenTable, so you can collect up to 1,000 points and redeem an £8 gift card after 2 reservations. Book now on OpenTable.
Yeah, we're hearing Nevada is too close to call. Not that that will probably make much difference. But, Lewis, it just seems that it is all suddenly happening very quickly, and it is all going Donald Trump's way.
It is, and look, I mean, people might be waking up this morning in the UK in particular and thinking, hang on, we said that all of these states were really close. And indeed, it is still the case that even though Donald Trump is doing better than was expected, a bit better than the polls expected, it is the case that many of these states do remain close. But as we were saying there before, very often when there is a wave, there is a wave, and the dam bursts. And I think what we are seeing here is that we have got a country which almost universally, across geography, across age groups, across different coalitions, is trending in the Republicans' direction. What we are seeing here, and we have seen it in plenty of other elections across Europe in particular, haven't we? Indeed in the UK as well. We have seen an anti-incumbency move. This is clearly a rejection of Joe Biden's 4 years in office, for which Kamala Harris is closely associated. And she was never able, perhaps she didn't have time to differentiate herself from the president, the current president. And I think we can see Donald Trump is on the way to the convention centre right now.
That's right.
Yeah, I've stood on this bridge many times. This is the bridge that leads over to West Palm Beach to Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump has spent the evening and his motorcade. I just passed or is about to pass across that bridge and take him to that podium there, where he is due to address his supporters shortly. It's a very short drive. It'll be probably 2 or 4 minutes, I would think, in his motorcade to that location. Look, I think there's one chart that we brought up at the beginning of the evening, which I think explains what's happening in America tonight. And it's a simple question that voters were asked in an NBC Sky News exit poll. How do you feel about the way things are going in your country today? 72% were dissatisfied or angry about the way things were going. That's the way the question was posed in the country. 26% were enthused or satisfied with the way things were going in the country. This comes down, Mark Yalda, to the economy. It comes down to immigration. Those two key issues that were top of voters' concern across the country. Do the people, all those who have voted for Donald Trump overnight and over the course of the past few weeks that voting has been open, do they all like Donald Trump, the man? No, they don't. Do they trust him on those two issues? Well, they trust him more than they trusted Kamala Harris. And I think that is one of the stories of the night.
And it's because Donald Trump represented change. Right. And as you know, I said earlier, no party has ever been reelected to the White House when you have such a large wrong track number, 72% wrong track. And that begs the question, really, whether anybody could have beaten Donald Trump or whoever the Republican nominee was.
Well, if it had been a different Republican nominee, would this have been a massive landslide?
It's possible. I mean, it may end up being a massive landslide.
It was this kind of messaging, though, that we saw in 2016 as well. He's just managed now to diversify it. You know, then we looked at sort of white, non-college educated men, and he's now bled into what Kamala Harris wasn't able to do.
Yeah, and look, he has significantly expanded the base. You're absolutely right. He's significantly expanded his own vote. I mean, this will be as I keep saying, his vote will have increased in every election since he ran first time in 2016, and he's been able to do that. You know, despite again, I think I've made it very clear I'm no fan of Donald Trump's, and I think his character is fundamentally flawed. But let's give it to him. I mean, this man has been under the most astonishing, political and legal assault for the last 2 years. I mean, he's, this election was, to some extent, was going to determine whether or not the man would go to jail, because if he'd lost this election, he'd probably go to jail. It is an extraordinary, whatever you think of the man personally, it's an extraordinary personal achievement that he's pulled this off.
I mean, we have to be absolutely clear about this. It is the most stunning political comeback if what we think is going to happen does happen. I mean, January the 6th happened after the last election. So people have either said, we forgive him for what his role in that, alleged role in that, or as his motorcade heads to the Florida Convention Center, or they're saying there are simply issues that are much more important, and we think he's the man to deal with it. I mean, this is quite extraordinary.
That we had an election 2 years ago, the so-called midterms here, where Trump's candidates mostly lost, and he sort of went after that election. Joe Biden was bragging on his victory, and Trump sort of was headed back to Mar-a-Lago with his tail between his legs, mostly because of abortion. The Dobbs decision had just come out, and it was a much more motivating factor for the electorate. The interesting thing is, as history gets written here, it actually could have been the Democrats that resurrected Donald Trump, when the Democratic prosecutor in New York decided to take a case on that was, in most people's view, purely political.
Yeah. And he used it as a big
Donald
campaign
Trump.
for himself.
Right. And it gave him the ability to be a martyr. And all of those Republicans who had just essentially sent him back to Mar-a-Lago in shame, all of a sudden had to come to his defense. And this is kind of inside baseball for a UK audience, but it will be interesting to see how this is characterized, because it did resurrect him politically.
He should absolutely be sending bouquets to Alvin Bragg.
That's exactly right,
the Manhattan
Jerry.
prosecutor, and all those other people who came after him for the last 2 years. You're absolutely, Hillary. I said just before you got here, I said a lot of this is Trump left office in disgrace in January 2021. With an approval rating of around 32%, and he could have just been finished off. And I think, unfortunately, through a combination of bad decision-making, policy decision-making, some of the decision-making the Biden administration did, good fortune that Trump seems to have, the good luck of the devil, and this lawfare campaign against him, the Democrats have sort of brought him back to life, and now they're paying. Paying for it.
There's just one county in Nevada that is Clark County, key to Nevada, around 3/4 of the state's total potential electorate. In 2020, Biden took almost 54% of the vote. Trump 44% of the vote. Today, with 77% counted, Harris is down to 50% of the vote, and Trump up to 48% of the vote.
That's Las Vegas, and that's a lot of service workers. A lot of, that was classic unionized. That's another good example. That was Nevada. Harry Reid was the senator. It was his state. He organized. It was produced reliable Democratic majorities year after year after year. Heavily unionized, and again, it's an example. A lot of those union workers, and a lot of them Hispanics as well, have been turned off by the Democratic Party, or turned on, whatever way you want to put it, turned on to Donald Trump. And that's an absolute bellwether of what's happened to politics in this country in the course of the last 5-6 years.
Also tangible policies that Trump put forward, like no tax on tips in somewhere like Las Vegas. They like that, whether or not it ends up working. And that's something to say about many of Donald Trump's promises. I mean, I remember going back to Pennsylvania in 2020 after 4 years of Trump, and many of the people there said, well, he hasn't reopened the steelworks. He hasn't done all these things he said he would do. So there are going to be many people in America right now who are very excited about this, because their man is back. But will he deliver for them?
Well, and I just go back to my earlier point about the messaging. Instead of talking about how many plants he promised to open and didn't, how many people he promised to pay and didn't, people in, Democrats and MSNBC was so focused on talking about, killing our sister channel here, so focused on calling him a fascist and Hitler, instead of actually giving some of these points.
Except it's worth remembering that, those people who were in his last White House, who were the closest people to him, the inner circle, have, one by one come out and said what a dangerous guy he was.
People don't seem to be concerned by that. Look, and again, there's very legitimate questions about Donald Trump's character, and I do worry, and I worry particularly with the big majority he's going to have in both houses of Congress, sizable majority in both houses of Congress, what he's going to be able to do. I do worry about that, but it just wasn't, as Hillary says, it wasn't speaking to people where their concerns were. I mean, they were concerned about the cost of living, they were concerned about immigration, they were concerned about crime and the quality of life in their cities. I mean, I live in, New York City. No question the quality of life in the last 4 years has deteriorated significantly. And most people wanted to hear about that, and wanted that concern, rather than to be told the man that the other guy was a fascist.
Yeah, we're just looking at these live pictures now from West Palm Beach. We're expecting Donald Trump to arrive and deliver a speech shortly, but we're also hearing that, and we're not projecting this is Fox News projecting this. They are projecting Donald Trump to have won Pennsylvania, that crucial swing state. So that's coming from Fox News and the Trump camp. We are not projecting that as yet, but you can see the euphoria at the Trump camp there, which is in sharp contrast to what the Harris camp has asked its supporters to do, to go home, turn out the lights, and she won't address them till the morning.
Well, let's call that Fox News call for what it is. It's Rupert Murdoch apologizing for Fox News ever abandoning Donald Trump, and now he wants him back, right? I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. We're going to call Pennsylvania for you early.
He's 220,000 votes ahead in Pennsylvania with maybe 440,000 votes left. She's got to win more than two-thirds of the vote. Right?
Yeah.
My money will be on everybody else calling that state within the next hour.
I don't know. It seems a little premature to me.
And then he's 265, and then I say, well, he'll be over 270.
Well, I mean, it's worth repeating that Trump did do that. The blue wall in 2016 became the red wall, but that was the first for a Republican in Pennsylvania since George Bush Sr. way back in 1988. So if he takes the blue wall, if the blue wall turns red...
Well, there is an update on Wisconsin.
Big stuff.
89% of the votes have been counted, and Trump is believed to be leading by around 120,000 votes. So, you know, as we say, that blue wall, he smashed it, but
Yeah.
they all follow each other in some way.
And I don't think we should underestimate the point that Jerry made earlier, that in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and in Michigan, particularly Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, where you essentially have two lines of the Senate in Senator Tammy Baldwin and Robert Casey, for them to go down with Kamala Harris is a big deal.
This is Go ahead.
This is... what were you going to say, Bob?
I know, I was going to say exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. This is where we are. Well, it's gone.
Maybe we can bring it back up on our screen.
Can we bring Pennsylvania back? Because, and now, Pennsylvania. So this is where we are. Fox calling it for Donald Trump. We're saying at the moment it is too close to call. But that line across the bottom there, Trump to deliver speech shortly, tells you everything. And it tells you about the confidence in the Republican camp, and we're being waved at again by Lewis Goodall.
But before we do that, we're going to actually try and go to Pennsylvania and speak to...
We haven't got Don.
We haven't got Don. Why don't we go to Lewis?
Yeah. It was just a brief thing, Mark, which is just to demonstrate the scale of Trump's achievement here, which is we're probably not talking about the astonishing gains, and I use that word advisedly, astonishing gains that Donald Trump is making with Latino voters in particular. He's making real inroads with black voters as well, but Latino voters. And just to tell that story, this is Starr County. This is a county on the border, the Mexican-American border, right in the southern tip of Texas. This is a county which has voted Democrat in every single presidential election since the 1870s. And yet here we are, Donald Trump is currently winning this by a 16-point margin. You go up to 2020, and Joe Biden was winning it by a 5.
Critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign, evaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurd, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And, you know, the revolution rolls on. And this is not just, a victory for the White House tonight, but also, you know, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which, of course, Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer a stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party, and he's figured out how to win. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were, but it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm, in his term. 2018. They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran, we have hostages in Gaza now, very high inflation, and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle the system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that's not recognized.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that she, well, we now know couldn't win.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win. And I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear. But,
oh, they're there. And he's definitely.
A lot of people are still up.
The question is, how much of the national TV audience?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa, at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we went to town hall with him, bless you, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. You know,
listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day. But this is a chance to move forward, Brett. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. Biden was elected. We had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate. There's 2 Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate. At which point, old Biden started getting, his historical sugar plum dancing in his head, and went a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR.
Oh,
He was going to be the next
FDR.
FDR.
He was going to out-Obama. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate. First thing wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading a mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember he said that he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like the President Trump, if he gets to 70, which we expect he will fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk countdown project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30 to 90
All excuses now. All excuses. Covering her up now. Gonna be all complaints now. But no one complains when complaints are supposed to be said.
on, you know, your boss, the guy who picked you, and the incumbent, and that's inviting all kinds of internal trouble. At the same time, you know, you can't say, I'm running to be the second term of Joe Biden. So it's a really difficult.
And there's something,
look.
you're exactly right, Jerry, and there's something else that hasn't gotten talked about tonight, which is that in that position as vice president, she should have distanced from him on the domestic issues and on the economy and the like. But the world is in a very stressful place right now, with a significant war in the Middle East happening, with, you know, a war in Ukraine. And I think she tried to balance being her own person and yet not disrupting the U.S. stature that existed in the world, which is quite important right now.
Yeah.
And that is a very tough thing to do when you're in the middle of two international
Is there a side
conflicts.
to this where she was too nice and she could have been more, you know, brutal in distancing herself from Biden?
I think that if she had done that at the outset, I think that would have been a bit of a change. She would have
performed quite well in the debates.
Yeah.
But while the Democratic Party sort of licks its wounds and works out what went wrong, I think in European capitals right now, and indeed in Kyiv as well, they'll be picking up their phones, ringing their embassies here and saying, remind us what this means, remind us how we deal with this. Because, yes, they know what a Trump presidency looks like, but they'll still need to be reminded about how unpredictable he is. I think, you know, look at Ukraine, for example. I should think Volodymyr Zelensky right now is a nervous man.
Yeah, and we've been getting messages all night from Ukrainians saying, pray for us.
Yeah.
Again, we talked earlier about China's position and, you know, a former Prime Minister of Australia, now the ambassador here, saying that the Chinese are increasingly worried about an unpredictable Donald Trump in the White House and that what that means for them, especially when it comes to things like tariffs.
We should just tell the viewers that what you're witnessing is a watch party for Donald Trump. He is on his way to speak at that party, and to be clear, no one has claimed anything. No one has conceded anything, but it does look as if Donald Trump is going to win this thing. And early days in the sense that we haven't had declarations from the three blue wall states. But
the direction of travel looks as though, you know, a relatively clean sweep, maybe. The popular vote, the Senate, maybe the whole of Congress. It's beginning to look like pure Trump America.
Yeah, well, let's speak now to Mario Rodriguez, who's chair of the Hispanic 100 organization. And he has worked on the Republican campaign to engage Latino voters, also at this Trump party that we're looking at. Mario, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. We're just looking at some live pictures from this party that you're at, and we're expecting Donald Trump to arrive any minute now.
Yes, I am, and he is getting ready. The crowd is excited. It's unbelievable here right now.
What are you expecting to hear from Donald Trump when he does arrive?
Well, you know what? He's going to thank everybody for working so hard, and you know, it's been incredible 4 years, and you know, he just realized we got to bring this country together. And we got to bring everybody together, Latinos, African Americans, Jewish folks, everybody together. And he realizes that. And it's going to be an incredible 4 years. You're going to see something, you're not going to see administration come in so fast and do so many things in 4 years. It's really going to be incredible. Get ready for a fun ride.
And I know that Latinos don't vote as a bloc, we keep saying that, but what is the appeal? What has been the appeal of Donald Trump, do you think, to the Latino voter?
You know what? It's really very, very simple. The economy, the economy, the economy. The Hispanics have been decimated with the economy in the last 4 years. Home ownership, gas prices, you know, inflation. I mean, that's really what it was. The Hispanics. I mean, I worked with Bush for 8 years.
His line there, but you're looking at those live,
the gist of what he was saying.
Live images there of West Palm Beach in Florida, where we're expecting Donald Trump to arrive shortly and deliver a speech. And the Harris camp have packed up, turned out the lights, and gone home. Hillary, as you say, very similar to sort of what happened in 2016 with Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's been a roller coaster for Kamala Harris, right? She went from supporting a president that she must have had instincts about not being successful in his re-election, to an intense amount of focus. And, you know, she worked her heart out. And no one can say she let anything on the field. She worked her. She kept going. She really thought that her message of bringing the country together, of being the president for all Americans, would compare favorably to Donald Trump's sort of bullying and name-calling. And I imagine that she's going through a tremendous amount of emotion tonight, wondering why it was that people respond to a more positive message that she really tried to close this campaign with. And those are very tough things I've been around several bosses and have lost tough races, and Sometimes they just need space.
Okay, well, let's see if we can go to Pennsylvania now and speak to our Dominic Waghorn, who is there for us now. Dom, you're in Pennsylvania. You've been at a Trump watch party. And in the last few, in about half an hour ago, we saw Fox News projecting Donald Trump as the winner of Pennsylvania. Of course, we're not calling it as yet.
No, as you say, you're listening to the village people right now because we're in a break, so we're competing with that. But yeah, about 5 minutes ago, I think, the Fox News called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. And they reckon he's won by 3%. He took Pennsylvania in 2000.
Have been called, 5 have not. Let's see where we are. Let's see what we can put in the wall, and let's see what the latest numbers are. Pennsylvania, biggest prize of the night, 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris needs it to win. Right now, she trails by almost 200,000 votes. Donald Trump is ahead with 94% of the vote reporting. This is looking good for the former president. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. We're staying in the blue wall, right? The Democrats' so-called blue wall, you might need that name at some point if they don't win these states. So 244 votes advance for Donald Trump. He is also ahead. That's only 67% of the vote reported, though. So that could change more substantially than Pennsylvania at this point. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. Again, almost 9 out of 10 of the votes reported in Wisconsin in the blue wall. Donald Trump ahead by 125, almost 126,000 votes. Minnesota. So Minnesota, I've expected would have been called at this point Harris. This is where she picked her running mate, Tim Walz from Minnesota. And right now, Donald Trump is ahead in Minnesota by almost 80,000 votes. This is with 76% of the vote reported. So Donald Trump so far ahead across the blue wall in Minnesota. What about Arizona? He's ahead as well. However, caveat here, 51% of the vote reporting. So that means this can still change substantially depending on where the votes are coming from. Still, though, he is ahead. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, something that Kamala Harris at this point is really hoping she could pick up, but she currently is trailing Donald Trump. What else do we have? Nevada, 6 electoral votes, the smallest in terms of weight in the Electoral College, the smallest of the battleground states, has not been called, with almost 8 out of 10 votes reporting. So far, Donald Trump is ahead. Just checking I got this right, he's ahead by 42,000 votes. So what does this mean? This means Donald Trump is ahead in all the remaining swing states, plus Minnesota, again, where Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, is running from. So the state of the race, Donald Trump has 247 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, pretty simple, 214. What does that tell us? That tells us right now that Donald Trump has multiple paths to victory. Why? Because there are 44 votes that can be picked up in those northern states that are white on your map, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and even Minnesota. There are, 44 with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, plus 10 in Minnesota. So there are multiple avenues to victory for Donald Trump right there alone. There were 17 in the Southwest. So that's the number we have right now, 247 to 214. Donald Trump right now feeling very good to great about his chances.
Of course, Kamala Harris has said that she's not going to speak tonight, but it looks as if Donald Trump may be able to in the coming hour. Cyril, for the time being, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring in our guest who will be here to assess everything as time goes on. What I'm just hearing in my ear that Fox News and only Fox News has called the election for Donald Trump. Only Fox News at this point in time. So let's just have a look at these scenes. This is at the Palm Beach Convention Center where the Trump supporters are expecting Donald Trump to arrive shortly. There was talk of him having arrived already, but there's no sign of him at this point in time. The crowd is celebrating because the Fox screens, they've just seen the Fox screens, which have made this announcement saying that Donald Trump is the winner. But so far, it is only Fox News who's made the pronouncement. We wait for the Associated Press results to confirm it, so we are not yet confirming it. But as far as Trump supporters in West Palm Beach Convention Center are concerned, Donald Trump will be the next president. So, guys, What do you make of where we're at, James? First of all,
I mean, it looks really strong for Donald Trump. It's sort of a scary position as a news outlet to call the election, ahead of everyone else. But Fox actually has had a history of being right, and they were right in Arizona in the past. And so I don't know. I think it's a tough pathway for Kamala, regardless at this point.
Right. There are still votes being counted.
There are still votes being
we
counted.
We have to make that clear. I mean, Fox News have made the calls, so but they are still counting votes.
Votes are still being counted, and other news agencies haven't called it yet. So I think we'll have to wait and see when AP calls it to get that double confirmation here.
Arshad, you're a Democrat political strategist. How are you feeling right now?
Just to comment on Fox News calling the election for Donald Trump. Remember in 2020, they called Arizona early. Now, they ended up being correct, but they got the people responsible for that, their decision desk, got a lot of pressure straight from the top, straight from Rupert Murdoch. Something tells me that they will not be receiving that same pressure this time. I mean, you can guess that the motivation's there.
All right.
So I don't know. But I would continue to, what the votes are, count them all. I can see the same information that you are, and I'm holding out hope, but I see the same number.
Right, yeah. So votes still being counted, voices still to be heard, as the Democrat National Committee co-chair said. But James, whatever the picture, what is totally clear is that we have a polarized nation. 50-50 pretty much, split with completely opposing views about the way forward. And there's been a lot of nasty rhetoric about something's got to change down the line.
I think it does. We can't continue to act as a nation, as a United States, if we're so divided. And it tends to be, now it's 52, 51, 49,
right.
in all of these states. Like that's really tough. And you hear stories, and I've seen it in my my own life, where people just they can't get past it. It's tearing up families, it's tearing up churches, it's tearing up all of our civil society, really. And so we can't get so invested. I mean, as a conservative, I'm a limited government kind of guy, and the less government means for my everyday life, like that means they're out of my life, which is great. And so that's awesome. I don't want to fall at the altar of politics. Like, I have values, I have friendships, I have relationships with people. I learn from people. I learned a lot from Arshad during our time together. I count him as a friend. We've spent quite a bit of time together talking about various issues. We don't have to agree in order to have good conversation and good dialogue.
There's a good sense is Donald Trump the man to bring the country together.
I think it starts at the top, right, with our politicalness. Obviously, Donald Trump has added a lot to divisive rhetoric, but it's also part of our media. It's the way the media algorithms are set up. I mean, it's all the clicks, whether it's newspapers or viewers. Like, you see a more polarized media. So you see two media outlets reporting things very differently. I think you guys do a great job of obviously just being really centered and measured, and which is why you haven't called the election yet, because you're being centered and measured and thoughtful. And I think we need more of that across the board.
What about, from your point of view, was Donald Trump beforehand was talking about retribution, talking about mass deportations. Is that the area for reconciliation?
Donald Trump has made a number of promises, for example, to repeal Roe v. Wade and appointing justice to do so. He did that. Women now have fewer rights today than they did before Donald Trump became the president. He has also promised to deport 1 million people residing here and possibly using the military to do that. When he makes those promises, I'm not sure whether he's joking or to take him seriously, but it's a serious promise to make. Listen, I don't have the luxury to be able to say, hey, I don't want things to get too political, or I can't, let's not get too invested in this kind of stuff. Politics is invested in me. It's invested in my body. It's invested in my color of my skin. It's invested in where my parents came from. It's invested in who I love. People, Republicans in particular, will use government to divide us against each other, distract us against each other. The former president of the United States repeated lies so vile. I don't think it does me any good to repeat them on the air here, But I can't deny the fact that he targets groups of people, whether it's immigrants or legally, and repeats the most vile lies about what they do to other people's animals, to other people's pets.
So, James, it's true, isn't it? His mendacity was pretty extreme.
Look, there's rhetoric, and he says things. Whether he's thought about them in advance or if he says them off the cuff, I'm not sure. That is unhelpful to the political dialogue in our country.
It is in fact harmful.
But it is harmful. But by the same token, right? I worked for George Bush when I first came to Washington. He was called a Nazi. He was called a racist after Katrina. That he was letting black people die. But this is above the pale. This is absurd. I worked with John McCain. He was called horrible things as well. I worked for Romney. He was called a Nazi, a racist, all these things as well. So if you continue to elevate and put everyone on that level, these are good actors and people who are trying to have public service. I might not agree with them on the politics, but the ad hominem attacks actually ratchet up the rhetoric. And then in response, which I don't think is good or helpful, they come back and one-up you. And that's what I see from many of the conservatives. They use the powers of government to target us. Why can't we use the powers of government to target that? I think that's atrocious, and I hope we abandon it.
There is no Democrat who has entertained the idea of using military to forcibly remove 11 million people. These are not the same. These are not the same.
Archer, what now for the Democrats? They are still counting votes at this point.
Yeah.
If things stay the way they are and the way they look right now, it will have been a very grim night for the Democrats. So what now for the party?
I'm speculating until or if it actually happens. But something that is important that the party needs to be doing, whether or not we've won, is to build power. Build power in communities, especially amongst people who felt disempowered. I think that is what the Democratic Party does best. And that doesn't need to be done in the context of an election, a presidential election. It's something that ought to be done all the way through. You can't convince somebody 3 weeks before an election that if they believe that the government doesn't care about them or the system is rigged against them, you can't convince them 3 weeks before an election that actually, no, you're wrong and you should vote for me. That is a project that takes time and trust.
We were going to be talking, if Kamala Harris won, we were going to be talking about the history being made with the first female black president and so forth. But if Donald Trump doesn't indeed win, we have history made in its own way. And the second president in history to win another White House term after losing his attempt at re-election. And he will have done so after being the first former president to be convicted of a crime. And he also would return as the most populist president in U.S. history.
And the strain of populism that some conservatives have taken, it's like conservative populism. I rejected the tariffs. I reject, the purposes of free markets. I love free markets. And I want to see more of it. But I think if you look back, there were some really good things that the first Trump administration accomplished. Tax reform, I thought was really great. There was a regulatory environment, which I thought was really good. It got the economy stirring more. There was attempts at immigration reform. I liked a lot of what the president provided on immigration reform at first. He had a pathway to citizenship for DACA, but he cut the legal immigration for limits for the future. And that would have been something that I would have disagreed with.
All right, James, I should appreciate that more in a little bit. We're still going.
Yep, going.
Still going.
Another cup of coffee.
All right, thank you, thank you. Get one for me while you're at it. So it is 100 hours GMT. That is 2 o'clock in the morning in Washington, D.C., and you're watching Al Jazeera. I'm Nick Clark, live from our global headquarters in Doha, and we are, of course, bringing you extended special coverage of the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Republican candidate Donald Trump is in the lead in the race for the White House as vote counting continues. Trump is projected to win in the swing states of North Carolina and Georgia. It's a major blow to Democratic candidate Kamala Harris. The other 5 battleground states, crucial in the race for the White House, are still too close to call. One of them has to get to 207 electoral college votes, either Trump or Harris, to clinch the presidency. Let's go live now to Mike Hanna, who joins from Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, the keystone state of the swing states.
Tropical storm here in Florida, and it looks like a political storm as well. We are starting to get a sense here in the US of who might be the winner of this presidential election, and Donald Trump is pretty confident that it's going to be his. Expecting to hear from him himself in the coming moments. He's from the Mar-a-Lago estate, where he's based here in West Palm Beach, and he's moved over to the Palm Beach Convention Center, where a party has been taking place for several hours now, waiting for their candidate to turn up and address them. They're pretty confident throughout the evening there, but now things have really heated up, and now there's pure delight, especially since we've heard some of those major results being declared, Georgia in particular, getting everyone incredibly excited. And then, as you say, we had Fox News declare that the former president, Donald Trump, is going to be the next president of the White House, the 47th president to retake the Oval Office. Now, I've spent the day with many of his fans and supporters turning out en masse to support the man they'd like to see back in the White House. They say that he has led the best campaign they've seen so far. They say he's going to make the economy strong again, he's going to put the country back on an international stage, and he's going to deal with the crisis playing out on America's borders. Certainly a jubilant feeling here in Florida.
All right, Sally, thank you very much. Let's get to Nick Harper now, who is live in Washington, D.C., keeping an eye on the Harris campaign. Nick, the vice president, we know, not planning on, addressing the public or supporters tonight. Can you tell us about the mood, though? How much has it shifted? And I guess the important question, does Harris still have a path as narrow as it may be to the White House through the northern battleground states?
While that mood has completely shifted, the party has quite literally ended. The Watch Party that we've been at throughout the course of this evening, with supporters emptied out, the restaurant closed down, everyone went home, all of them feeling that the writing was very much on the wall. And just a couple of blocks away from where we were was Howard University, where Kamala Harris was meant to be addressing supporters tonight. She's a no-show. She will not be speaking. In very much echoing what we saw in 2016 when Hillary Clinton decided not to speak on the night when the writing was on the wall that Donald Trump had won then. However, we did hear from her co-chair, who said that she would be addressing the country tomorrow and that they would fight to make sure that every's counted. However, that path to victory seems all but impossible now. We know that she needs to win that blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Without one of those, she would not be able to get the White House, and Donald Trump, of course, would win. The people who turned up to the Watch Party tonight, the people who turned up to Howard University, all of them there supporting Kamala Harris and hoping to see history made with the very first female president being nominated during the course of the evening as those votes were counted. It very much now looks like that is not the case. People going home very disappointed and waiting to see what happens next in terms of those remaining votes being counted.
Thank you very much, Sam Patterson in Florida and Nick Harper in Washington, D.C. And now over to Simon Marks in Washington, D.C. Simon.
Well, let's take you to Pennsylvania now. Within the last few minutes, CBS, ABC and NBC have all projected that Donald Trump is the winner in Pennsylvania. A major move that takes him even closer to getting his arms firmly around the presidency. Caroline Malone is our reporter in Philadelphia tonight. Caroline, what are you hearing from there? It looks like Trump's done it in the Keystone State.
It certainly does. And, behind me, they've just cleared out a second young Republican Party of the night. A lot of groups of people very keen to celebrate what they an absolute victory, both here in Pennsylvania and across the nation. People we've spoken to here in their 20s and 30s who support Trump say they see there's one key issue that got him over the finish line, and that was the economy. Particularly concern here from young Republicans about the cost of living, about inflation, about how hard it is to make meat for themselves, in this day and age. And that's one of the reasons they think Trump has got this key demographic out to vote, and they think that is what has eventually got him to win. Now, we're hearing, of course, as you say, that he will in fact take Pennsylvania, even though the final tally is not in, and that clearly will make all the difference, because we know historically Pennsylvania is a critical swing state when it comes to deciding who is the eventual president. It means that the strategies of the Republicans have done what they want to do. When we spoke to people earlier about how they were campaigning in this state in particular, they were telling us about how they're trying to diversify, how they're trying to really get to a wider group of demographics than in previous elections, particularly to get to minorities, black voters, Asian Americans, Latin Americans, making sure that they really reach out to all different groups of people, to men and the state. And from their point of view, they've certainly succeeded in that, but as it looks like, particularly in Philadelphia, they've actually gained from the previous election as well, and that has been critical in this election.
Caroline Malone reporting history for us tonight from Philadelphia. Let's delve into some more numbers now with Rami Santani.
Well, Simon, as you just said, Donald Trump has secured Pennsylvania. He now has 265 electoral college votes, just 5 away from victory. Kamala Harris on 194. So he flipped Pennsylvania and Georgia, and he managed to hold on to North Carolina. Ahead of today, most analysts said whoever wins Pennsylvania will likely win the election. Now, Trump will need one more state to pass 270. The 6 electoral votes will get him there. Vote counting moving quickly in that state. More than 70% of the votes there have been counted far, and it looks like Trump is ahead. Alternatively, Trump could win Wisconsin. That would take him to 275. More than 90% of the votes have been counted in Wisconsin, and the numbers also showing that Trump is in the lead. For Kamala Harris, her pathways have narrowed. U.S. media had earlier projected that she would win at least 225. She's only at 194. The question is, can she turn the numbers in her favor? To get her closer to 270, she needs every possible vote she can find. She would need to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Minnesota, and New Jersey. Of course, vote counting is still underway, so we'll have to see how this plays out. Back to you in the studio, Arnold and Julie.
Right. So thanks very much, Ronnie, first of all. So we've been at this now for the past, nearly 9 hours. One of the wildest races we've ever seen, tracking all the major election results as they trickle in.
Yeah, what a roller coaster ride, right? I mean, what's really stood out for me personally is how much of an edge Trump gained by an attack into what some experts are calling that change election. The voters, it seems, are more focused on shifting the status quo than on actual candidates. Trump really did that narrative, and along with taking advantage of some key vulnerabilities from Harris. So honestly, it's looking like he could not only win the electoral college game, but might even take the popular vote this time around. We'll
Yeah, it certainly looks that way based on the numbers that we have been seeing. But what really struck me, though, and Simon, this was the conversation you had with Patrick earlier, questions raised about whether or not there was enough time, question or not whether or not Joe Biden might have done better. I mean, it brings to mind what the Senator John Fetterman said. He was behind. He still remains for Biden, probably thinking, "I told you so." Barack Obama took a long time as well for him to get behind Kamala Harris, and there were reports, about how he was hesitant, because he wasn't totally convinced that she was the right candidate, that there was enough time, and so forth. I'm curious, Simon. I mean, how are you processing all of this information that's coming to us, over the past nearly 9 hours or so?
Well, look, I think, Arnold, the recriminations within the Democratic Party are only just beginning, and they are going to be deep, they are going to be internecine, and they are going to form something of a circular firing squad.
When you want to make an evening special, dine in with Gressingham Duck.
Be a transitional president and allow a younger group of Democrats to engage in a competitive primary. Had they engaged in a competitive primary, Kamala Harris might not even be the candidate tonight. There will be criticism of the Democratic Party's grand VPs, Nancy Pelosi, the Obamas, who resisted the idea 18 months ago that a younger generation of Democrats could run the party they said was stuck with Joe Biden. So all of that will only just be beginning, and one can only wonder what's taking place in the White House family residence tonight as Joe Biden watches these election results come in. I think down in West Palm Beach, we are waiting really Donald Trump, who in turn is waiting, I suspect, for the US television networks to call the outcome of this race. I'm sure he would much rather address his supporters as president-elect than as a former president who is still waiting for those last handful of electors in the Electoral College. But we'll see what happens over the course of the next few minutes. That is just extraordinary. And I brought a couple of newspapers in with me. Let me show you. Let me take you back to May the 1st, 2024, the front page of the New York Times with this absolutely massive guilty headline the day after Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felony convictions in New York in relation to the hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels. He's due to be sentenced on that later this month. I mean, this was the day when Democrats believed that they had got their man, that it was all over for Donald Trump. Fast forward to just a couple of Sundays ago, October the 27th, knowing by that point that Donald Trump stood a real chance of winning the presidency, the New York Times, in its Sunday opinion piece, put an absolutely vast headline on its front page saying, Donald Trump says he will prosecute his enemies, order mass deportations, use soldiers against citizens, abandon allies, play politics with disasters, believe him. That was an effort most recently by the New York Times to try and persuade voters not to back Donald Trump for a second term in the Oval Office. Despite all of that and everything that Americans already know about Donald Trump, the falsehood that he promulgated about the 2020 presidential election, the riots up on Capitol Hill on January 6, 2021, his threat to engage now in the mass deportations of hundreds of thousands of migrants from the United States, and his promise to surround himself only with faithful supporters of his Make America Great Again movement. He's talking about replacing thousands of civil servants here, apolitical figures. He wants to put in proven loyalists into those positions if and when he gets to take over here in January, if he is indeed about to become the president-elect of this country. This is as big a political earthquake as the defeat of Hillary Clinton in November of 2016, and arguably it's an even bigger earthquake because this election, the Democrats believed they were exuding confidence. They thought they had this in the bag, and tonight they are realizing that their ambitions and their hopes have been absolutely crushed.
I wonder how Americans are processing this moment when they get up. I mean, are they relieved that the race is almost over, or are they anxious and sure about what's to come?
And I should add, that same publication that you held up, right now, calling it for Trump, with the probability of him winning at over 95%.
Oh, coming up on U.S. Votes 2024, more election analysis as we wait on the final battleground states to declare. We're also waiting for Donald Trump to speak to supporters at a campaign watch party in West Palm Beach, Florida. Stay with us.
An often fruitless search for the birth families.
Why is it so hard to find you? I want you to find me.
Given up or torn apart to sustain a global adoption industry.
보상이 난 박치고 원상복구해 놔라 이거지.
South Korea's baby exports. Tonight on CNA.
Saturday on Japan Hour.
金の相場を見ております。
話題のメダルで日本のとてつもなく秘められた力が浮き彫りになった。
海に、ランソンシートを設置してまして、
出来です。期待して反応して回収することができるというところは。
金が溶けた溶液の中にこのシートを入れると。
Japan Hour, Saturday on CMA. Japan Hour is brought to you by Sumitomo Corporation. MUFG, committed to empowering a brighter future. Zip Air, with affairs are now available. And IHI.
Singapore is one of those fortunate and rare societies, and trust level is very high. When leaders solve your problems of slums and start building good HDB flats that are attractive and affordable, when healthcare becomes something that is of good quality and yet affordable, then trust increases.
There is money available to startups, especially in Singapore. I think there's so much concentration of venture funds and family offices right now.
For creative side of things, in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of local creative overseas.
That's entrepreneurship in identifying what the market needs. Literally change this entire street from selling household tools into becoming F&B in the street.
Food from the streets became a country's pride. The humble, the simple, the complex, the unusual. They
Way hasn't been called. That is bad news for Harris. That is where her running mate comes from. You would have expected it to be in her column. She is leading, but it is not in her column yet. So this is where we stand right now. 248 electoral votes for Donald Trump. That means he needs 270. Remember, 270. So if you do the math, that means he is 22 away, and he could potentially pick up pretty easily at this point 44, right? In the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So at this point, Donald Trump feeling great about where he is.
All right, Cyril, thank you for that. Thanks a lot. Let's head down to Florida to Alan Fisher, who's been following the Trump campaign. And he's outside the West Palm Beach Convention Center. We've been seeing pictures from there a little bit earlier of Trump supporters awaiting Donald Trump, who's due to arrive shortly. Alan Fisher joins us on the phone. Alan, what have you got for us?
I'm getting an indication from the Trump campaign that Donald Trump is going to declare victory. They think that Kamala Harris cannot win Pennsylvania, that the road there for her is far too narrow, and that Donald Trump is going to say that he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, many people were suggesting that Donald Trump would declare victory no matter what the results would be. But from very early on, it seemed that he was heading towards some better performance than 2020, particularly in places like Georgia and North Carolina. And his team were pleased that he outperformed there and certainly gave them hope from Pennsylvania. Now, we've been looking at polls for weeks that told us that the race was incredibly tight, but the Trump campaign has been saying that their internals suggested that Donald Trump was doing much better than any of those polls suggested. And of course, there was the poll on Saturday night that said that Iowa could possibly be in play for Kamala Harris, that she was ahead there. In the end, Donald Trump won that by 7. So the polls, again, have got it wrong. And it looks as if Donald Trump will be going into the White House. And of course, we still add the caveat that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan have still got to declare. We're going into the White House with a Republican Senate and a Republican House, and that will give him the opportunity to push forward with his agenda much more aggressively than he did when he was first in the White House. And of course, the big difference this time is that Donald Trump goes into the White House not as a political neophyte, but someone who's been in and around politics for the last 9 years. And he goes into the White House with experience and a grudge. So why did this all go right for Donald Trump? Well, it seems as if his message resonated with working-class voters, something that one of his closest friends and one of his oldest confidants, Roger Stone, told me when I bumped into him just a short time ago.
It looks like the greatest political comeback in American history.
Are you surprised? I mean, I know you're a big supporter.
No, I'm not surprised at all. He has enormous grit, enormous strength, enormous stamina, and he restored the strength of this country. Then he saw those policies destroyed. So now he felt compelled to come back and save the country and help us avoid World War III.
And Alan, if this is all confirmed, and it is looking harder and harder for Kamala Harris, the likes of Roger Stone and other Trump acolytes that were familiar back in the last time, back when he was president last time, they can become familiar faces once again. It'll be interesting to see who he would have as kind of first lieutenant.
Well, of course, a lot of times in the past people said that in the first Trump White House there were called grown-ups there. There were guardrails there to protect Donald Trump from his worst instincts. Donald Trump learned from that. So when I say he goes back with the grievance, he's not going to listen to the political establishment and put people in that he doesn't know, but much more that aren't loyal to Donald Trump. Remember, very early on, he was very annoyed with Jeff Sessions, someone who was the first senator to back Donald Trump. But because he recused himself from the Russia investigation, he never got back on the right side of Donald Trump. Donald Trump won't make that sort of mistake this time around. He will appoint people that are loyal, that his bidding will do exactly what he says, and perhaps his critics will argue are loyal to him rather than the United States and the Constitution. This is going to be a completely different kind of presidency. But you have Donald Trump credit. He campaigned hard, he campaigned long, he got his message to the American people. He said, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? He told them he would fix it. He essentially ran as an incumbent, pointing to his record from 4 years ago and saying, look, this is what I can do. This is why you should trust me. And Kamala Harris didn't have that ability. She couldn't make distance from Joe Biden in a way that made any discernible difference with the voters. And in the end, the American people decided that they wanted to go back after all, despite Kamala Harris saying they were never going to go back.
All right, Alan, thanks for that. Back with you as and when we see Donald Trump appearing there at the convention centre for timing. Thanks a lot. The Democratic Party had a big old watch party going on. There was a lot of excitement at the beginning of the evening. That has dissipated. Kimberly Halkett has this now from Washington, D.C.
Following weak showings for the vice president in several competitive states and with her rival Republican challenger Donald Trump in the battleground states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris deciding not to address her supporters at Howard University, instead deciding that she would speak to her supporters on Wednesday, as announced by her co-chair, Cedric Richmond.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice is spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Pathway is starting to narrow for Kamala Harris. There is still opportunity for her to win the White House. The Harris campaign has assembled a substantial legal team and is prepared to launch a number of legal challenges should it be necessary and should Donald Trump, her Republican rival, declare victory prematurely. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Pathway extremely narrow. I think Arshad Hassan is here, a Democratic political strategist, and also James Davis is a Republican strategist. Arshad, they talked of winning the women's vote. They talked of winning over the undecideds. They talked of a great election. It didn't happen. No Kamala wave. What happened?
I think that there will have to be an autopsy done. If it indeed turns to count all the votes and Kamala Harris is not the president, I think there will have to be an autopsy done. Because it isn't clear right off the bat. I'm not going to take a Republican talking point about oh, people here on this issue and immigration. I think that the Harris campaign and the DNC owes itself and the whole party itself a real look at what it was that we expected, what it was we got, and what the distance between those two things are. Why is that the case? We had a great ground operation. We contacted voters like crazy. We had filled offices everywhere. That should work in a close election. We had messages that we thought appealed to a lot of people. And I was in Pennsylvania. The enthusiasm that we felt was real. The coverage that we had in terms of different organizations going out there knocking doors, that was real. So if it turns out that we don't win, after all of that, I think we really need to do an examination.
Right. James, again, votes still being counted, but if it stays this way. Are you surprised by the degree by which it's gone the Republican way?
Well, everything breaking Trump's way at this point. And so breaking for Republicans across the board at this point. And so, you know, I'm not super shocked. It was within the realm of possibilities. I just thought it might take a lot longer to get there.
Because we were talking about days, potentially weeks, months to get.
I thought it would take longer to get the votes in, to count them, to all of that. And just based off of history and knowing how close it is. I mean, we talk about, were the polls right? Were they wrong? And I've heard some say, like, the polls were wrong. They undercounted. And they may have, or they may have been a snapshot in time. They may have been a snapshot, because that's what a poll is. It's like a Polaroid picture. You take a snapshot of something, and it might move just a little bit. You go to take that again, and it's moved. And that's why we have to go through the elections, and you can try the best you want to predict it, but with a poll, and it'll give you some indications, but I like to look at the feel of the people when you're doing grassroots, and also when you're talking to people who you don't necessarily agree with. I think Arshad is right. I think his ground game probably was very successful. It might have been a bigger beating had they not turned out key voters, because every American is feeling inflation. So he doesn't have to take my Republican talking point on immigration, inflation. Like, he can take the voters' voice on that.
Arshad?
You know, there's another issue here as well. And again, I will say this until it's not true. We haven't counted all the votes. One other thing that is true is we spent so much time explaining how the Electoral College system works. One thing that we haven't mentioned is that Democrats have received the majority of votes, regardless of the Electoral College, in presidential after presidential vote after presidential vote. Doesn't mean that we've necessarily won. For example, Trump last time. So it is saying something about our system when most people vote in one direction, but that person is not the president. So if it turns out that Trump has won the Electoral College after we count all the votes, and if it turns out that Americans, once again, have voted in the majority for the other vision, for the other direction, for Kamala Harris, we have even bigger questions to ponder than just, hey, what was the right message or what was the right...
Sorry, you wouldn't say that if Kamala Harris had won, would you?
If Kamala Harris had won the electoral vote, but not the popular vote?
Yeah, exactly.
That hasn't happened with a Democrat in my lifetime.
But still. James.
Look, what he's describing is a different system, right? He's describing a change to the Constitution and the way the founders of our country set this up. We are a representative democracy. This is the way it's intended to work, right?
Okay.
So, and I think that with the courts, too.
I don't want to get into the system. But
West Palm Beach in Florida, where he was, his supporters. We know, of course, that he has two crucial swing states in the bag of the 7. The others have not been called yet by various media reports saying that Pennsylvania is his, which would give him the presidency. Let's have this in. Any of her supporters tonight. She may do so sometime later in the day. It is morning, of course, early morning.
And so you're seeing there on the stage at West Palm Beach, Donald Trump flanked by former and probably future First Lady Melania Trump and the entire family. Donald Trump Jr. there. Eric Trump, his brother, also on the stage. I'm not yet catching any sight of Ivanka Trump. There's Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. He won his congressional race earlier tonight. And you're hearing the soundtrack, Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA, that has played at every single Trump rally throughout this election campaign. As Donald Trump waits to address his supporters. As you know, he's still a few electors away, less than a handful away from actually firmly getting his hands around the keys to the Oval Office. But this man knows, as he steps forward to the microphone, that he's America's next president.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. I was proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate race races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3. And it was amazing to look at all of those. Expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we? Huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby. We call her the ice baby. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. And I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man. Happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh, no." And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this." I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, "Elon, was that you?" He said, "Yes, it was." I said, "Who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that." I said, "That's why I love you, Elon. That's great." And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. He's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and he said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just his words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him. Nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad, everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donald Trump laying claim to the White House. The former president insisting that he is now the president-elect, that he will go down in history not just as the 45th president of the United States, but also the 47th. We are, of course, still waiting for the full final result of this American presidential election, but there is no doubt that he has won it, and no doubt also that in those remarks to supporters there, he has found an election result that he likes, an election result that is going to propel him back into the Oval Office at high noon on January the 20th next year, flanked by family members including his daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared Kushner, making, I think, their first appearance on the campaign trail. They had not been visible during the campaign, but flanked also by his family members, including his wife, who will now, of course, become once again First Lady Melania Trump, his sons Don Jr. and Eric Trump, and he brought on his campaign managers, as well, of course, as the man who is now on the brink of becoming the vice president-elect, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Donald Trump started by saying that he's going to help our country heal. He talked about uniting the country around him. He believes that he has made history for a reason and overcome obstacles that nobody thought possible. He thanked people for throwing their support behind him and suggested that he had put together an unprecedented coalition of support from voters all over the country to return him to the Oval Office. He promised to fight for Americans and their families every single day, and he said, "I will not rest until we have delivered a strong, safe and prosperous America." He talked about creating a golden age for the United States. He also notably laid claim to winning the popular vote, something that clearly gives him absolutely deep personal satisfaction, given that, of course, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but Donald Trump won in the Electoral College. Well, he, this time around, looks like he's won in the Electoral College and the popular vote. It was notable that he was magnanimous in praise of several people who had come to his aid during the course of this campaign, including Elon Musk and the former independent third-party candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., both of whom are expected to play roles in the Trump new administration. Now, there was a theory that Elon Musk might be considered for a cabinet position in Donald Trump's government, but most people dismissed that on the basis that they didn't think Elon Musk could win approval in the Senate for a cabinet position. But we now know that assuming Donald Trump is back there in the White House, the Republicans are going to control the Senate. And not only the Senate, they may also control the House of Representatives, and they already enjoy a 6-3 majority in the United States Supreme Court. So that was a man claiming to now be the president-elect of the United States, and a man who is on a trajectory to enjoy absolutely untrammeled power here in Washington, D.C. from next January. Because if he's the president and he's got majorities in both houses of Congress and, of course, a Supreme Court with a 6-3 majority of justices appointed, 3 of them by himself, 3 by other Republican presidents, I mean, that opens the way for Donald Trump back in government to do pretty much anything that he is going to want to do once he returns to the Oval Office. We heard a few words there from J.D. Vance, who thanked him for selecting him as Donald Trump's running mate. Donald Trump admitted that he's turned out to be a good choice, although it was pretty sticky in the early days, and he insisted that he is going to use this victory like no other to give the American people the opportunity to regain control of their country. He couched this victory as a victory for democracy and freedom, for common sense, for borders, for security, for education, and for a strong and powerful military. And he was also in wistful mood about the assassination attempt that he survived in Butler, Pennsylvania, back in July. He said, "God spared my life for a reason, to save this country," and he vowed to use every ounce of energy and spirit that he has to fight and to take on what he described as the most important job in the world. An absolutely extraordinary thing to witness, that victory speech by Donald Trump, in sharp contrast, of course, to the non-appearance tonight of Kamala Harris here in Washington, D.C. Her supporters sent home from Howard University, where they were hoping to celebrate, told that she wouldn't be addressing them and that instead she will speak in the morning. I think it is almost inevitable, but by the morning the television networks will have called this presidential election for Donald Trump. Republicans absolutely victorious tonight and winning a victory that seemed absolutely unthinkable if you cast your mind back to January of 2021, to the immediate aftermath of the January the 6th uprising on Capitol Hill here in Washington, D.C. The notion that Donald Trump could put his political career back together seemed utterly unattainable then. Tonight, Donald Trump, in that victory speech, Arnold and Julie, presented it as inevitable.
And Simon, just when you thought there wasn't going to be another dip, another roll in the roller coaster ride, we have one. And if his first term is anything to go by, there are possibly going to be even more dips and rolls ahead when he takes office in 2025.
Look, I mean, Washington will not have seen anything like the new government that Donald Trump is going to lead if he makes good on the promises that he has made, which is to staff it uniquely with proven loyalists to his Make America Great Again movement. He's talked about firing tens of thousands of civil servants here and replacing them with core, proven supporters of his political movement. He wants a cabinet. He talked about healing and uniting the nation. Unlike Kamala Harris, he certainly hasn't pledged to bring a Democrat into his cabinet, although it sounds like he's got plans for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But he wants to staff his government this time round entirely with proven loyalists of his movement, because he and his top lieutenants believe that the mistake that he made in 2016 was trying to find common cause with careerists in Washington, D.C., experts who were steeped in particular aspects of policy, but who didn't recognize his brand of ideological fervor. This time round, he's promising to do something very, very different. And if he makes good on that, this is going to be the kind of government that the United States has never seen, and the kind of government that I think is really going to leave many people across the United States who voted for Kamala Harris deeply, deeply anxious about the future direction of this country.
And speaking of the vice president, I mean, she has put up a big fight, a good fight, I must say. We have yet to hear from her, but Simon, what does this apparent loss mean for Democrats, given that it might potentially be a clean sweep for the Republicans? A soul searching, perhaps?
Well, it's a disaster. I mean, it's a disaster, isn't it? It's a disastrous evening for Democrats. Recriminations are going to begin very quickly. I think there will be real fury among the younger generation of Democrats that wanted a competitive primary a year and a half ago to pick Joe Biden's successor. He had said he was going to be a transitional president. He was only going to serve one term and then hand over to a successor. And then he changed his mind and kept his hat in the ring for far too long until that June 27th debate against Donald Trump, which totally doomed his prospects of remaining on the ticket. So there's a whole younger generation of Democrats, people like Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, Governor Gavin Newsom of California, Pete Buttigieg, the Transportation Secretary, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, and of course Kamala Harris, all of whom were salivating for an opportunity to engage in a competitive primary that would have ensured that the Democratic Party's presidential nominee would be battle-tested, but it was denied them. And it wasn't just denied them by Joe Biden, it was denied them by the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. It was denied them by the Obamas and other Democratic Party grandees. And so what is going to happen now in the Democratic Party in the immediate aftermath of this is really going to be an internal bloodbath as people engage in the blame game, and the party tries to determine how on earth it is going to reconstitute itself from what looks like maybe a clean sweep electoral disaster here this evening.
Okay, Simon, thank you very much for that wrap, for the look ahead as well. We were going to let you go, but latest I heard is that you're going to have to stay, so just hang in there. We'll get back to you shortly, but we want to get now to our guest, Drew Thompson, for his reaction. Drew is a senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies at NTU. Okay, right now this news is filtering, across Asia, across Southeast Asia. What do you think is going to be the reaction from some of the major players, some of the major partners, some of the major not-so-friendly countries in the region towards news that Donald Trump is likely going to be the 47th president of the United States?
It's definitely starting to sink in, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I think this is true for any new administration. It represents risks and opportunities for every country, allies, friends, partners, and adversaries. So I think the common thread to each one is recalibrating and recalculating, determining how you approach the new administration, able to ensure that you can protect your own interests.
His ban on people coming in from mainly Muslim countries, and he's going to sign an order closing the US border. He's going to look at a proposal to start deporting undocumented migrants in the United States. That is a massive job. If you take that there are 20 million undocumented migrants, and those are Republican figures, perhaps the number is even higher. How do you even begin to do that? Where do you even begin to put them? It's a huge logistical effort. So Donald Trump has talked in these broad brush strokes, but now he's got to start delivering on the things that people were talking about. He's also going to probably withdraw the United States out of the Paris Climate Accord. He's going to impose tariffs on China. All of these things he's promised to do, and he's going to sign an executive order to ban men from trans women from women's sports. He says all of those things he's going to do in the first day. He's got a big list of things that he wants to do through potentially through executive order. But if he wants to start taking legislative action to put those in place, he's got the Senate and the House to back him up. And so he could manage to get a lot of the legislation that he wants to put in place through very quickly. It is going to be a very different kind of administration, and very quickly we will see it's going to be a very different kind of America.
Alan, thanks for that. Well done. That's Alan Fisher reporting from West Palm Beach, outside the convention centre, where we heard Donald Trump give what he would describe as an acceptance speech. Still no official confirmation, though, I have to say. But right, saying, Cyril, that Kamala Harris has no plausible route through to victory. Is that right?
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. So Donald Trump is at this point the presumed winner. We're going to wait for the remaining states to be officially called before we call him the president-elect. But he is the presumed winner. Why? It's all about the electoral math, as it has been all along. So let's see where we are. State of the race, 267 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You remember how many he needs to win? 270. That is the finish line. Why, therefore, are we saying that he is the presumed winner, even though he's not at 270 yet? Because look to the bottom left corner of your screen. What is that there? That is Alaska. Alaska doesn't usually end up mattering that much in a presidential election, but it carries 3 electoral votes, and it is going to go red. It is going to go red. It is one of those that we told you at the beginning of the evening was a red state. Okay, if you have any qualms about that, don't, because it's voted red for the last more than half a century. Donald Trump currently ahead by 15 percentage points or more in Alaska. It is going red. So 267 plus 3 equals 270. And that is why Donald Trump reaches the finish line of 270. Interesting here. Popular vote, 51% for Donald Trump. It's not completely final, 51 to 47, not completely final. That may narrow, this gap may narrow because you have more votes coming in from California, where Democrats do very, very well indeed. But he's still, at this point, extremely likely, if not entirely certain, to win the popular vote. Electoral votes we just discussed. Number of states won, 26 for Donald Trump, 19 for Kamala Harris. So a pretty decisive win, I think you would agree. We started the evening with the battleground grid. There were no bad surprises for Donald Trump. All the red states, the ones that were supposed to go red, went red. What happened is this. Georgia went red. North Carolina went red. He held the South. And Pennsylvania went red. We told you Pennsylvania is the biggest prize of the battleground states. When it went red, basically there was no path left for Kamala Harris to become president, to reach those 270 electoral votes. So it ends where it started, with the number of electoral votes. 270 is the finish line. He has 267. He's got 3 incoming from Alaska. And he's ahead, by the way, in 4 states that are remaining: Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan. He's ahead in all 4 of those. He may reach, if he wins all 4 of those, he may reach actually 312. Regardless, he gets to 270, Nick, and that is why he is the presumed winner.
All right. Cyril, thanks a lot. Back with you as we get more results. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Mike Hanna, joins us now from Philadelphia. Of course, we were saying all night long that Pennsylvania was absolutely critical to the candidates, and so it proved. Mike, over to you.
Yes, indeed. Well, the blue wall along the Great Lakes has cracked. Donald Trump taking Pennsylvania. Now, this was the crown jewel between the candidates. During the recent months of the campaign, their campaigns visited the area, the state, over 100 times. On the day before the election, Kamala Harris spent the entire day within the state. It was just an indication of how important it was. And it's also not just the victory, but it's the nature of the victory that is particularly instructive. Compared to 2020, the Republicans have actually gained votes in 61 of the 67 counties within Pennsylvania. And interestingly enough, that in Philadelphia itself, which is where I am, which has always been solidly blue, although Harris won most of the votes, it still showed a 5.3-point drift towards the Republicans. So this was a massive victory within Pennsylvania, and indeed it appears on a national scale as well. Now, Pennsylvania has voted for every president since Barack Obama 2008, and it appears that the tradition continues.
And Mike, so when the final analysis, what is it that Trump actually managed to do to win the state?
It's a very good question. He did spend a lot of time here, as did Kamala Harris. He held his rallies here, as did Kamala Harris. But it does appear that there was a degree of overconfidence, perhaps, on the part of the Democrats. They were absolutely certain that they had run a really good campaign here. They were aided by the state's widely popular Governor Josh Shapiro, who basically gave over his entire mechanism to the Harris campaign. They said they had hundreds of thousands of volunteers out. They knocked on millions of doors. They did everything that they should have done in terms of making it a successful campaign. But something went wrong somewhere. Perhaps it was not brokering the issue of the economy full on. Perhaps it's the nature of Pennsylvania itself, which has been drifting away from that solidly blue status towards red for a period of time now. This now being made in concrete, it does appear. The demographic shifts within Pennsylvania as state, all of these factors would appear to come together. But in the end, the result would appear to show one simple thing, that the people of Pennsylvania, the voters, thought that Donald Trump is the better candidate.
Mike, thanks for that. Mike Hanna there in Philadelphia, in that critical state of Pennsylvania, which Donald Trump has won. Well, Kamala Harris has said she...
Increasingly damp in the far west across parts of Northern Ireland later. But for many, it's another quiet Wednesday. Once again, it's low cloud, mist and fog from the word go. Some tricky driving conditions in the south, for example, where we've got some stubborn fog patches. And the sun being weak at this time of year means that the fog will be slow to clear. In some places, it could last all day. Best place for sunshine, once again, northern Scotland. Also the best place for warmth. 16, 17 Celsius possible here, 13 or 14 elsewhere.
We'll see a cold snap, which will quickly develop into a warm front. Box Boiler Repairs, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, if you are feeling in celebratory mood this morning, or if indeed you need cheering up,
Did you cheer yourself up last night with the Guy Fawkes? Did you do anything with the kids?
I didn't know, actually.
No?
Totally missed it.
Did you notice any fireworks?
No, since moving out of London, it's very quiet. I remember being out on the roof on bonfire night in London, and you see fireworks sort of 360 degrees. It's very quiet where we are. But we're going to some on Friday night.
OK.
That's something to look forward to.
So meanwhile, Isabel's going to celebrate Christmas on your behalf. How are we going to do it?
Well, I was going to say, if you feel like celebrating, or indeed if you feel like cheering up, how about £25,025 to help you on your way, plus some shopping vouchers and a GB News goodie bag. Here are all the details.
You could win Christmas on us this year, all magically delivered to you in time for the big day. There's cash, £20,025 in tax-free cash to make your new year go with a bang. There's also £5,000 to spend on all the gifts. We've also got Christmas lunch for you, with £500 in vouchers to spend at your favourite supermarket. And finally, a festive GB News goodie bag. For another chance to win, call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2, or post your name and number to DB09 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9T. UK only. Entrance must be. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 22nd of November. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Just want to tell you, we've got Nigel Farage as part of that whole audience there was in Florida listening to Donald Trump, soon to be President Donald Trump again.
Well, he was on the channel around 5 o'clock, and I have to say, he was quite cheerful then. So goodness knows what sort of mood he's going to be in when we catch up with him. Jubilant, I suspect. Don't move a muscle. All the analysis, all the very latest, and what proves to have been a very interesting night. All the latest here on Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Restaurant St. Bart's executive head chef Johnny Crowe creates ramen with a British twist using only the finest UK-sourced produce. As the only restaurant in London to hold both a Michelin star and a green Michelin star, St. Bart's emphasises sustainability and the diversity of British ingredients. Johnny joins me now. Johnny, congratulations on having these 2 Michelins. How do you get a Michelin green star?
Probably a question for the inspectors, but I mean, I think it's down to a lot of hard work.
What hoops do you have to go through?
She would speak to her supporters on Wednesday, as announced by her co-chair, Rick Richmond.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
She's behind as well with 25% of the vote in. So we could end up looking at a situation where the Republicans not only control the Senate, but they've got an easy 5
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store.
Absolute Republican blowout, I think, in the Senate on the way that it's going. The House as well, the Republicans are doing pretty well. Already on 200 seats, you need 218 seats for a majority. I think it's likely, though we won't know for some weeks because California will take some weeks to count all of their votes, and a lot of the really swing districts are out in California. So likely that the House as well is taken by the Democrats. So that will be what they call a trifecta in Washington, where the incumbent party controls the presidency, they control the House, they control the Senate. There is a conservative majority on the Supreme Court. This is a country which is leaning and lurching right extremely fast. And just to illustrate what I was saying before about the nature of the enormous swings that we're seeing across the United States as part of this, just take a look at this. Basically, every arrow that you are seeing on this map is painted red and is lurching to the right to the Republican Party. Basically, it shows a swinging county by county across the United States. Most of the West isn't filled in yet because we just don't have the vote in from the West yet. But just look at the sheer amount, the ruby Republican red that there is going to the right. You see it across the country, state by state. And if we were to break this down, demographic by demographic as well, you are just seeing a universal swing virtually across the entire United States to the Republican Party. It is very much the Republican Party's year. And spare a thought for what Kamala and Joe Biden are now going to have to do, confront the prospect, Joe Biden, of arranging a transition to a man that, by all accounts, he despises. And bear in mind, Kamala Harris, as the president of the Senate, as the incumbent vice president, she's going to have to oversee the certification of Donald Trump as the next president of the United States.
Lewis, thank you so much for your analysis there and bringing us up to date. I want to go to Mark because Jerry made a point about why some networks aren't calling it when, we are saying that he has Pennsylvania. There are no real paths anymore for Kamala Harris, and networks like Fox have already declared Donald Trump the president of the United States. He himself has done so, as have world leaders.
And he's getting congratulations from around the world. It's all about the methods that different networks are using to their conclusions. It is the fact that Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin are still, from our data, too close to call, although it may well be the case that they very soon are not too close to call. It's worth saying CNN has not yet called the election either. So it's about the different data methods that are used. I can see Jerry sort of smirking slightly there, but that is the reason behind it. Fox,
I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
Fox 4 years ago called Arizona very early, and that for Biden, and that caused all sorts of uproar.
And then they reversed it or something.
Right.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
tried to. I mean, I think there's a method to all of this, and not just, we know what the outcome is. The outcome is what it is. There are no paths for Kamala Harris, but if we have our methodology and the way that the data is processed, there is really no point in jumping the gun until all those counts are in.
And the reality is that we're going to have to take an examination of polling as a whole. I think you referred to it as the polar coaster early. That's an understatement of how crazy these polls were, including the one in Iowa that had everybody running around for a whole day. But it was a distorted view of what America was thinking, feeling, and how they were going to act. And as we could see, ultimately, they chose Donald Trump for president.
And you made that point a little earlier, didn't you, Hillary, about the amount of money that goes into all this polling and the fact that they were spooked out by what happened in 2016 and 2020. Here we are again, essentially.
Same thing.
Essentially, we are. And I think speaks to the difficulty of polling, the difficulty of contacting individuals in today's very, bifurcated society with cell phones and lack of access. And frankly, we have to look at this. Was there a secret Trump vote, or was there just a Trump vote out there in the open that pollsters were putting their thumb on a different scale? And we don't know the answer to that yet. But we always say there's going to be a reckoning for pollsters after a big election, but there never seems to be one. And that intrigues me. With the results, I have to say that I think it's the proper thing to be cautious. some of these Senate races are closer. There are ticket splitting in some of these races where the presidential vote is going to be different party than the Senate vote. We've seen that multiple times, and I think that it may take a day or two to get there.
We were talking about David Lammy earlier and about how he would react to all this, having not been too complimentary.
Yeah, go on.
Well, no.
And then I'll remind you what he said a while ago.
Well, shall I do this one?
You do that first.
You're not going to give him the do-over.
David, no, let's do yours first. Go on.
Not all that long ago, he described Donald Trump as a woman-hating, neo-Nazi, sympathising sociopath and a tyrant in a toupee.
Right.
Man.
So that puts it in context. So today, David Lammy, now Foreign Secretary, has said congratulations to Donald Trump on your victory. The UK has no greater friend than the US, with the special relationship being cherished on both sides of the Atlantic for more than 80 years. We look forward to working with you and Vance in the years ahead.
Two things on that. First of all, J.D. Vance and David Lammy go back quite a long way. They know each other. Their politics is very different, but they, to describe them as friends may be a bit too much, but they're close acquaintances and they know each other pretty well. The second thing to say is that since David Lammy said those less than polite things about Donald Trump, that they have the number 10 and the top tier of the British government have met Donald Trump and his team. They met in Trump Tower during the UN General Assembly a few months ago. I'm told it was a pretty good meeting. Their politics is wholly different, but they get on very well. And I spoke yesterday to a senior diplomatic source, British diplomatic source, who said, look, some of what Donald Trump will be difficult for us. They don't hide that. They're aware of it. But they said that the difficulties will not define the special relationship overall. One person who does know precisely how to navigate that relationship is Theresa May, former Prime Minister who was Prime Minister when Trump was last in the White House. Dealing with Donald Trump, she said, and his administration, this is her speaking in her book, I think, dealing with Donald Trump and his administration was like dealing with no other world leader. He was an American president like no other. But I should say that the British Embassy here have done, as you were saying, Hilary, Dame Karen Pierce, who's the British ambassador here, outgoing, has done a lot of work making up on lost ground.
Look, I think there will be challenges in that relationship. There's no question. I mean, both the fact that some of the things that have been said, particularly by David Lammy, there was irritation here with that story about Labour workers coming to support Kamala Harris. There's no one's any doubt here that no one has any doubt in this new Trump administration who the Labour Party wanted to win and who doubtless in his heart of hearts Keir Starmer wanted to win, and that will create tensions. But I mean, there are common interests. It depends to some extent on the personnel. Donald Trump will be assembling his foreign policy team, I think, depending who it is. But it's someone, if he picks someone like Robert O'Brien, who's his national security advisor, he could pick him. Mike Pompeo is very much Atlanticist. So, it will be a rocky relationship. But I think the fundamentals will be pretty good. Right. And the personnel, I think the personnel will probably be.
But here's the thing about Donald Trump, which is that, look at what J.D. Vance used to say about Donald Trump. I mean, this is a guy who, everybody has insulted him. But as long as you come back and kiss the ring, it's okay. Yeah. He's quite forgiving that way because he loves to have the ring.
And that's why that is with Zelensky, who was, I believe, the first world leader to come out. Let's not forget that it was in 2019 that Donald Trump was first impeached because of that call with Zelensky. And as you stated, if you just say, I'm sorry and you're the greatest, Donald, he will forgive you. They had a meeting at the end of September, and Donald said that they were friends, which is a little surprising. And so
I actually asked David Lammy about those remarks, and he said exactly what you said, Mark, in terms of the special relationship is more important than the sorts of statements that we put out.
That's what they're hoping.
But I think there will be mischief makers. There'll be mischief makers too. There'll be Nigel Farage, who has absolutely no interest whatsoever in seeing anything done to help the British government, and he is, as we've seen tonight, very, very close. There's the Liz Truss is kind of still wandering around. She likes to be on the circuit over here. You know, there's material. I'm not in any way suggesting it's going to be, you know, a confrontational relationship. It won't be largely cooperative, but there are going to be little bits of grit in the shoe here that I think are going to make it quite a slightly bumpy road.
Well, I think the harder part, though, actually, is not going to be the direct relationship between the UK and the US. It's going to be what Trump is likely to do with Netanyahu. Which is a little more, you know, he's going to be much more of an ally than I think Starmer and Biden were headed towards in terms of putting pressure on him. He's going to be much more of an ally of Vladimir Putin, which is going to make, you know, NATO members uncomfortable. So I think it's less about whether he can get along directly with them and more about how is he going to disrupt long-standing relationships that people have been doing.
Relationship with China. And we heard John Bolton say, we talked about the Trump administration's policies towards China and putting that at the forefront of the biggest adversary for the United States and the great power competition between them. But he also said, look, if Xi Jinping calls him in the morning and says, you know, good to have you back, then he will respond favourably to that.
Also, if he's serious about tariffs too, that's going to mean, I don't know if he's serious about tariffs. I think some people say it's a bargaining tactic. Some people say he's serious about it. But if we're going to get into a trade war, you know, that's going to create problems with allies everywhere. So, you know,
I was just going to say, I mean, it's going to be a big problem for Europe if there is a trade war. I think protectionism is going to be a concern for Europe, for the UK as well, that America's going to turn inward, and they're going to have a lot of trouble on trade, supply chains, and all of that sort of stuff. Remember that was an issue in the last one, but there's no more important geopolitical relationship than the one between America and China. It's not been front and centre recently because of the issues with Ukraine and more recently with the Middle East as well. But I think it's no way that people disagree on who the Chinese government wanted to win this election. And I think there are kind of pros and cons for China for both. But certainly, Trump tariffs would be a nightmare for China. The Chinese economy is in a really bad place at the moment, and I think they're going to be really, really worried about that.
And the Chinese don't like unpredictability. I think that's what Donald Trump brings to the table as well, a level of chaos and unpredictability as well.
And what would he do if next year China decides to go for it in Taiwan? Which Trump will we see? Will we see the Trump who decides that is unacceptable? And you know, he said he doesn't want to have to use American forces. Would he decide that is a line crossed and that he would use them? Or would he say, you know what's that got to do with us? We're America first. I don't actually care what China does in Taiwan.
Yeah, and I guess it comes down to who surrounds him. I mean, when you look at the China policy that he evolved, it was very different to the Obama administration's policy. They had more of a pivot to Asia stance, and it was the stance, the foresight of HR Master Matt Pottinger, who brought China to the forefront of the rivalry between the United States and China.
Look, everything with Trump is transactional. I mean, and I think it's always important to understand. I don't think he has, you know, John Bolton on earlier this evening saying he doesn't really have a strategic sort of approach, philosophy. It's transactional and it's personal. And a lot of it will be about what kind of deals he thinks he can strike that are good for America, but also, frankly, good for him. And I think, you know, handling Donald Trump, whether you're Britain or whether you're Keir Starmer or whether you're Xi Jinping, is understanding that and understanding, you know, there's an old saying in diplomacy, which is the art of diplomacy is letting the other guy have your way. And, you know, I think that's key. One of my favourite stories of the first Trump administration was that probably the best bilateral relationship the US had with any country was with Japan under late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. And there's an old story that Abe, you know, they used to play golf together and Abe would always make sure to miss that crucial putt on the 17th hole to make sure that Donald Trump won. And look, it's kind of, obviously it's apocryphal and a bit funny, but it does capture, you know, that's how the Japanese saw it, that it was making sure that in little ways, you know, Trump understood that you were on his side, that you were with him, you were willing to do things for him in order to get things back from him. And I think, you know, smart diplomats, and we have smart diplomats in Europe, and the Chinese have smart diplomats, will play that. And I think, you know, which can work both ways for the United States. It could work well in terms of getting deals, but it could result, again, as John Bolton said tonight, in Trump getting played. And I think to some extent he has been played by some foreign leaders. And, you know, that's a risk that could happen again.
I gather we have to say goodbye to you. Is that right? Are you? Oh.
I guess so.
Oh, well, no, if you want to stay, you're more than welcome to stay. But I was just being told in my ear that you... No?
You have to go. Is that, no, I mean...
Well, you're more than welcome to stay.
I mean, we'd love for you to stay, Hillary.
Is this an on-air conversation?
Yes, it is, I'm afraid.
We were told to say goodbye to you. Apparently you had to go.
Okay. No, you stay. You stay
we'd
right
love
here.
for you to
No,
stay.
right here.
Okay, well, Hillary,
stay. Right here. Seriously, stay right here.
I mean, we have about an hour and a half of this programme.
I'm really glad I said that. I don't know what I'm hearing in my ear.
I tried to look over, actually, at Hillary a couple of times to check if she really did need to go, but stay with us.
I was going to say something about tariffs, actually, which is that it's important, I think, for our viewers to understand that unlike in the UK, where the PM and the government can actually impose a significant amount of policy, like tariffs or anything else, in the U.S., the president really can't do much of this without the agreement of Congress. And something like tariffs, which is so anti-consumer, if you will, in the U.S., will surely raise prices for Americans here. It's hard to believe that something like that will actually come down the pike in that kind of way that Trump has offered.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of questions going to be asked about who will surround Donald Trump as part of his cabinet.
Well, we saw a little glimpse of it. If you saw who was on the stage with him, and you saw some familiar faces, you saw Corey Lewandowski, you saw Boris Epstein, you saw some of the faces of people who are returning. You mentioned Rick Grinnell, who is just completely and totally out of this world in terms of how he approaches national security. But some of the oldies but goodies will be returning, and then some of these folks that he's picked up on his MAGA crazy tour will obviously also be joining the administration. So it'll be interesting to see how they shape how he decides to govern.
Yeah. Yes, well, we are, to bring you up to date with what's going on, Donald Trump has declared victory in the US election, but we have yet, because of data issues, and we're still waiting for a number of states. In fact, we had a graph up just a few moments ago, which was very graphic up, which showed you the battleground states. And here it is, because this is quite instructive for two reasons. You can see there the battleground states that have now been projected for Donald Trump: Georgia, North Carolina, and the big one of Pennsylvania. Now, there are four others you can see there, too close to call, but many are expected to go for Donald Trump, the way things are going. And if you look on the right of the screen, 2020, you will see just what a turnaround this is for Donald Trump. It is, in so many ways, a quite extraordinary performance by the Republicans and by Donald Trump. And while we're at it, I think we can just swing through some of the results that you may have missed or need to catch up with.
So you're looking at Michigan there, 15 electoral college votes. And again, we're saying too close to call. Other networks like Fox News have long declared that Donald Trump is the projected winner of this battleground state. Nevada, again, a smaller battleground state, 6 electoral college votes. And again, for now, too close to call, just based on the data that we're getting in. And Wisconsin, and we talked a lot tonight about that blue wall Donald Trump has now again smashed. He did it in 2016, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And while we're saying it's too close to call, it does appear, though, that Donald Trump has gotten the majority of the votes there.
Jerry, can we say now that Arizona as well, but that's too close to call as well? That's too early to call.
These margins are extraordinary.
Yeah, they are.
They're way out of... I mean, I do find it absolutely bizarre and inexplicable that these haven't been called at this point. I'm almost wondering if part of it is to kind of, some of the networks trying to sort of enforce this. Like Trump has sort of somehow illegitimately claimed victory, and sort of trying to force their hand. I mean, these margins are extraordinary. 7-point margin in Michigan. That's not going to be made up with the remaining votes out there. 4 or 5 points was in Nevada. These are way outside what the polls were saying. Before, we started talking about the night that all of those swing states within the margin of error, I think Trump, an average of polls maybe gave Trump about a 4-point lead in Arizona. That was the big one, which actually it looks like it's going to be a little bit closer. But none of them had 4, 5, 6, 7 points. They were all within basically 0 and 2 percentage points, and he's doing better. Look, these will change slightly. And again, some of those states, there'll be some more votes to come in. But he's just, once again, Hillary made this point earlier, the polls are going to be just way off again. Once again, for the third straight presidential election, they've underestimated Donald Trump's support, and it really is a problem.
It does seem bizarre.
Let me just give you a little more detail on Wisconsin and what's happening there and why there is a slight delay. 94% of the vote counted, currently too close to call, as we were saying. Now, there are 197,000 votes remaining, but 141 of those 197,000 are in Milwaukee, which is obviously a
what's the margin between Trump and Harris?
Well, Harris is leading in
No. What's the Wisconsin between Trump and Harris right now?
Now we've got to go to.
We need answers. So Lewis is your man.
I'm the man with the answers here, Martin, not to worry. Well, Wisconsin's margin at the moment is 112,000 votes in Wisconsin at the moment. I'm actually just going to put a slightly contrary view, just a bit of defence of the polls. I mean, no doubt that certainly there may be a little in some places. I think the place they're most off, by the way, but that's partly because there's the least polling in these places. There's an underestimate in terms of Trump's support in safely Democratic states. Talks about New York, for example, the fact that Harris is down at 55.5%. There's a sort of 11-point split there between Harris and Trump. Not expected necessarily, but as I say, there's not that much polling. But if you actually look at the margins, I mean, we consider that a lot of the polling we were saying throughout was about 2 to 3-point margin of error, and we were saying it was a deduction of the poll in many of the states. Well, look at Georgia, for example. What is it that they backed off? So, when we said that there was a 2-point difference, well, it's 2 points. North Carolina, we're at 51 to 48. So, again, about a 3-point difference or so. It doesn't take much, my point is, it doesn't take much with the polling. It doesn't take the polling to be off by very much at all to find yourself in a position where you do have out for Donald Trump. Some of the margins are a little bit wider. We can see in Arizona again, about 3 points or so. So I'm not convinced necessarily that the polling itself was that far off. In most of the places, there was a dead heat. In most of the places, it was saying there was a dead heat, more or less, with a margin of error of 2 to 3 points. Indeed, what has come to pass, and indeed, a lot of the polling did show, and this is something that the Democrats actually denied as the campaign was going on. The polling did show that Donald Trump was making big inroads with Democratic voter bases, particularly with African-American voters and Latino voters. And indeed, that has come to pass, as we've been saying all night. So we look at a place like Cook County, which is the home of Chicago, absolutely rock-solid Democratic county. And you can see here, a big black community. You can see here, Joe, 74% of the vote in 2020. You go back to what we've got today, Kamala Harris is on 62%. It's an extraordinary drop-off of Democratic support in many of the counties with many of the key constituents that the Democratic Party had long come to rely on. So, a word in defence in the polls.
Can I just push back on that? Because, I mean, first of all, I think Georgia, you may have...
Just saying, well, it's going to be this package of economic proposals. I'm going to start with lowering costs for prescription drugs and bringing down housing costs and bringing down the price of groceries. A messaging issue. It took her a while to that point, and it wasn't breaking through. And so I think you combine that with not being able to articulate those clear-cut differences from Joe Biden, especially on the economy, when people just aren't feeling what you are saying. Inflation's coming down, but don't feel it doesn't matter. That combination is a really hard one to overcome.
And David, history has shown. History.
You are analyzing a 108-day campaign. Look, I worked for President and Vice President. And let me just tell you, we had 2 years, and it was 537 votes. This was 107 days. I mean...
Al Gore, for the audience at home, you're telling Al Gore.
Al Gore, and the year 2000, and thank you for not talking about Florida, because I get PTSD. But, 3 days 2 weeks into a campaign, you still had a piece of paper. It took another month. And this is basic stuff that you put together for a candidate. There's no polling, no focus groups, no way to project how this candidate is going to actually come on the national stage from vice president to president. Look, we still have a lot of analysis to do. We know where she's falling short. We know where the Democrats overall underperform, especially in so-called blue states. But at the end of the day, I still believe that the Democratic Party only had 1 or 2 paths. And Joe Biden, when he decided to step back, it was to allow the vice president to step forward or to go through a really chaotic process. And the party decided, because they were delegates, to go ahead and step forward, and that's what she did. So I'm not going to sit here and say, well, she couldn't answer this question. She couldn't do it this way. She didn't go to North Carolina enough. There will be plenty of time to analyze all of that. But tonight, I think the conversation is Donald Trump, because I was there in 2016, and here I am again in 2024. Why did he find, 3 or 4% more voters in these rural areas? Why didn't Democrats detect that Donald Trump was making incremental gains to what he did in 2016 when the wall was broken? So there are a lot of questions that the Democrats have to answer about their coalition. But the fundamentals of having a 107-day campaign and candidate, that's something that the Democrats will also have to discuss. But the country is already making up their minds.
Well, I think that one of the biggest problems with the View answer is that she started at the convention as this candidate of change. I mean, she found this niche, and it was going well. And it started wearing off, and she decided to go on The View. And we all know the answer was that she couldn't find anything new that she would do. At the same time, Donald Trump was talking about deporting criminals that were here illegally. He was talking about ending these wars within 24 hours, when I walk into the White House. He talked about drill, big drill, cheap gas, cheap groceries. And when the 2 biggest issues are the border and immigration, and people don't like where we're at today on those 2 big issues. And Donald Trump is the guy that's going to break where we're at on those 2 big issues. He becomes the change candidate. And when she went on The View and she would do nothing different than Joe Biden, she reestablished herself as just the Biden administration going on and on and on. And it never really, she couldn't catch on after that. I think that's the bigger reason this thing, it's stalled for her.
Well, one thing that has changed a little bit since we did this preliminary poll early on, the unfavorability rating, and we talked about how there was a little bit of revisionist history when Donald Trump first left office, and he had the lowest approval rating of any American president at 34%. Tonight, we see his favorability 54% of those on the exit poll nationwide, 54%. So more than half of the country said that they don't view him favorably. But of course, as we've been discussing, the economy looms large. I think that for the Democrats, abortion maybe didn't play the role that they thought and perhaps hoped. But this is really a question for perhaps days and weeks later. But I do have to wonder what, if any, role race and gender played. I mean, we're talking about, we have one thing that stands out, a less diverse electorate. When you think about even just at large with the world, of the 193 UN member nations, only 13 have a woman who leads them. Black women are often the last of the table when it comes to even pay disparity in this country, getting 67 cents on the dollar when it comes to white men. Barbara Jordan, when she was asked in 1976, do you think that this country is ready to have a black woman on the national ticket? She said no. And so I don't know that we have the answers tonight. But I think that is kind of the elephant in the room that we're not talking about, because we're not just talking about having a woman. We're talking about having a woman of color. And I think that that's something that we cannot underestimate when we see this increasing red spread throughout the country.
And where did unfavorable land at the end of the night? I'm just curious, because the Trump number, I think, is pretty close to what you said at the beginning. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, John, do you have the? We don't have that on this graphic right here.
Just that point also plays into what others were saying up here too, which is
52%
52.
unfavorable.
So she was 52.
Just
He's
a little bit
54.
less.
So
6 in 10 voters not satisfied with the selection
double
of candidates.
Yeah. But I think your point is very well made, Lindsay, and I think that we'll be able to dive into the demographics of who embraced her, who would have embraced a typical Democratic candidate, and some of those cross currents that existed and need to be probably addressed.
Hearing your comment there, I just keep thinking about Barack Obama and what he said, and received a lot of flack for, quite honestly, saying to black men, sort of calling them out and saying, the fact that they may not vote for her simply because she is a woman. And it was made a lot in the Harris campaign uncomfortable because this was not a race about identity. She made that very clear. I asked her about it last week. She joked, look, I certainly know, I'm well aware of my race and gender, but she said she's run on substance, not identity. She really dodged. She really dodged. And I can tell you, having been at so many of her rallies, while she didn't want to talk about it, to women, especially black women in her rallies, it mattered. And this is now the second time that Donald Trump has blocked Democrats' hope of electing the first woman president.
And think about how differently she ran compared to Hillary Clinton. Who was always talking about, this is the highest, hardest ceiling, the glass cracks in the ceiling. She was planning her whole victory speech at the Javits Center to have that big glass ceiling. And with Kamala Harris, and I noticed it in her interview with you, when you asked her about kind of like the historic nature of this, and she made a joke about it and said, I'm well aware of my race and gender, and again, made it about substance. Maybe thinking, perhaps, it didn't work so well for Hillary Clinton. I'm going to kind of shy away from that as to potentially not alienate voters.
And I could never tell if it was lessons learned from Hillary Clinton campaign or a sign of press in this country that a woman could run for president and not have it be about being a woman, to just lean into substance. But the fact that she never talked about it, she went out of her way, but that doesn't mean it wasn't at the top of the mind for so many of her supporters.
And voters I've got to, they would bring that up very rarely, but when one man in Pennsylvania, as a matter of fact, said, I thought I couldn't really consider voting for a woman. I mean, he kind of came over to that opinion that he wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, but it's out there, and anybody who doesn't think it's out there. And women too. There are women who don't want a female president. So,
All reproductive rights were on the ballot. That came up as part of this conversation earlier too, and it went down in Florida, but a number of other states, including Arizona and Nevada, they passed, didn't necessarily lift the presidential candidate. They did think on the Democratic side that reproductive rights was a key issue.
Yeah, on the ballot in 10 different states this election, protecting access to abortion. And we have our eyes on these two critical battleground states, Nevada and Arizona, where protecting access to abortion to viability, which is considered to be around 21 weeks, did pass in both of these states. In Nevada, it's a two-step process. It has to pass in 2 consecutive elections. And so this is going to be on the ballot once again for voters in that state in 2026. Arizona, very interesting, though, because we've talked about former President Donald Trump ahead here. Donald Trump, again, appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who supported overturning Roe versus Wade. And here you have in this state voters deciding that they want to support him, but also at the same time wanting to protect access to abortion. Of course, we have reported a lot about Arizona. It was just a few months ago where you had that near centuries-old ban almost going to a total ban on abortion. There was a bunch of uproar in the state. They ultimately had to go through the state legislature to make sure that it did not go into effect. Right now, abortion is currently legal up to 15 weeks. This initiative adds a right to the Constitution to protect it up to viability. And then, David, I just wanted to point out also in Florida, I know this was also on the ballot here, and yes, it was ultimately defeated, but I do want to show you just the number here. It needed 60% support to pass. You still had 57% of voters wanting to protect access to abortion in a state that has a 6-week abortion ban. So no, this is not what Democrats, abortion rights groups wanted to see, but I think this is still sending a pretty powerful message about where the country believes they need to be on this critical issue issue of access to abortion.
It's really interesting. Thank you, Rachel. Let's go over to Rick. Rick, you're studying the board here. Anything new from Wisconsin, Pennsylvania?
No, nothing. Pennsylvania was
Asking
on.
about
Yes,
Pennsylvania.
exactly.
I just wanted to check
No.
in on a Keystone State.
Michigan and Wisconsin, we don't have any new vote again, and I think one of the concerns that our team has, and just to do it the way that we do it with about 3/4 of the vote in, there's still a chance that margin gets chopped down significantly. Very hard to imagine a scenario where she catches that standards that we apply, and the same for anything and under any circumstance in any race. The other kind of quirky thing I've been keeping an eye on is that a good chunk of the Alaska vote in here. It's not close in Alaska, but Alaska, just like Maine, and election dorks can rejoice. I'm going to say this on the air, uses ranked choice voting, which means if no one gets 50%, then they go to the second option, third option, et cetera. So actually the number to watch is not 55 versus 40, it's 55.8 versus 40.4. Similarly in Maine too, that's the issue that we're making sure gets sorted out, that it would go to ranked choice voting. Again, these are real kind of bank shot scenarios that would imagine a world where Donald Trump doesn't get those electoral votes in addition to probably the electoral votes in the other battleground states.
So what do you think plays out tomorrow, Mary, as far as Kamala Harris and the speech? Do we have any indication of time she's going to talk? Who would be her closest advisors helping to work on this message that she'll now have to deliver to her supporters of the country, because she still is the acting vice president, obviously?
I can only imagine what is going through her head as she has to switch gears and go from writing what I imagine she had hoped was a victory speech to now coming out and somehow, thanking her supporters, trying to offer perhaps some kind of explanation as to how we got here. And given the optimistic, positive tone that she tried to finish her campaign on, give supporters and her voters some hope, because she did outline a very stark contrast in this race and made very clear that she thought Donald Trump was a danger to America, a threat to democracy. And she also wanted to end on a note of unity. How does she merge those two messages now and transfer some of that optimism to the large portion of the population that is outraged and upset by what appears to be very much the result of another Donald Trump presidency? She's got a lot of work to do, and it will be interesting to see what kind of tone she strikes. As for the logistics of this, we don't know yet what time she's going to be speaking. I believe it's going to be at Howard University, which obviously is a deeply symbolic site for her, and that they were hoping to lean into to convey a very different message.
Yeah. Well, you remember 2016 too, and you hate to compare campaigns because they're all different, but we remember Hillary Clinton coming out the next morning in Midtown Manhattan to give that concession. Donna, what kind of advice would you give to somebody who has to now do that?
Oh God, well, this will be my third time, so maybe it's a good way of saying, you thank your staff, you thank the country, you thank the president of the United States. I know you all have different views, but Joe Biden has been a tremendous president. He has helped to rebuild this economy. We're not collapsing. We're not where we were when he walked into the White House along with the vice president. But she doesn't really have to talk about the past. She has to talk about the future going forward, working with the president if he is the president-elect. And again, demonstrating that, as Vice President of the United States, the administration will work with the new administration. So there's a lot that she has to say, but she starts off with thanking the American people and her staff and her supporters, because they work pretty doggone hard.
Yeah, they did. And the vice president did too. There are going to be other questions that we've been talking about, and there'll be plenty of people who ask them. That was a 107-day sprint to a finish line that didn't end the way she was hoping. Where are we headed next? Mark Burstein in the control room? You want to talk us through? So give us the pathways here, Rick, of the.
You bet. Yeah. So look, we're sitting here at 266 electoral votes. 270 is the magic number. The most straightforward way to do it would be to win one of the battleground states, Michigan and Wisconsin. We know Trump is leading them 230,000 vote margin and 100,000 vote margin. We still know at this stubborn late hour or have a significant amount of vote that is out in the Detroit area. We're still only up to about half, and that's 400,000 votes that are still there to be counted. And in Wisconsin, we're waiting on some extra parts of Milwaukee. We're up to 3/4 of the total vote, but that's still 100,000 plus votes in a race that right now only has them. Look at that. This is kind of wild. It's almost the exact same number. She's by 108,000 in Milwaukee, down by 108,000 statewide. So double that up. It's hard. It's very hard to catch, but that's the reality. And then we have a couple of other things. New Hampshire has not been allocated yet. That is a Democratic leading state.
Show us in New Hampshire the sort of with the circles that shows us where the outstanding vote is and why we wouldn't be able to call that.
Yeah. I mean, what we have here is some Republican leading parts of the state that have no vote whatsoever yet. And for whatever reason that is, sometimes there's a quirk at an individual place. We have these blank spots on them. It happens in some rural parts of the state. New Hampshire divvies things up by townships. They aren't just counties. So it leaves little holes that our team wants to be sure we know exactly what's going on, but not going to be relevant for the electoral math if it lands for Vice President Harris. Maine and its one congressional district would be, but again, the key number there is 50%. You have to get to 50% to win that. And but again, you look at the totality of this map, and it would be beyond shocking if Donald Trump does not get 270 electoral votes.
And where does it stand with the House, Rachel? Donald Trump, you heard in his speech say, we took back the Senate and we very likely took back the House, but the House is still not decided.
Not decided. And when I ran into Democrats with Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, they said, welcome to election weeks, possibly months, because of just how long it takes for the vote to be ultimately counted in states like California. It may be a while. And so we have our eyes on very early Virginia, too. Again, is a district that former President Donald Trump won, then it flipped to President Biden. Then Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin won this district, a true bellwether. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries said if they were able to win here, it'd be a good sign. They'd be on the path to clinch the majority. Well, guess what? The Republican incumbent, Janet Kagan, she was able to keep this seat here in this state as well. We talked a little bit about Matt Cartwright in Pennsylvania. 7 terms that he has served here in this state. His parts of his district, Donald Trump did win, and the Republican winning here as well. We've also had our eyes on Michigan as well. These North Carolina races were redistricting. We assumed they would obviously go toward Republican, Democratic incumbents and even run there. And let's take a look here in Michigan as well. This was another critical seat. This is the area around Lansing. You have the Republican doing well here as well. So right now, too early to call. Democrats hoping that ultimately they can clinch the majority, but it's still all being sorted out. Again, every 2 years, all 435 seats up for grabs. So a lot of count to do.
Do me a favor and take me through some of these upstate areas right outside New York City that were in midterms that went red. So, and we see that Mondaire Jones was not successful at his challenge.
Yeah. This was interesting because you had people who have served in Congress going against each other in a district. Mondaire Jones moved into one district. He lost. He ran again. Mike Lawler ultimately victorious here. He was the former President Donald Trump when he was campaigning over on Long Island. So he was able to turn this one out. Let's take a look at New York 18. Pat Ryan was able to hold on to this. This was a closely watched race as well with Esposito. He was able to hold on to this race by a pretty large margin, 45,000 votes as well. Let's go to New York 19. This was really sort of about 94% of the vote, and this is really interesting here.
Right?
Yeah, and it was really a coin toss. Both sides having their eyes on this. Riley ahead right now, and New York 22. Democrat doing well here as well, David.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back to these numbers, and as soon as we call the biggest race tonight, the presidential race, we will project here on ABC if we can in these overnight hours. So don't go away, and we sure do appreciate you staying up with us. It's Pro 7 here in the East. Hey, listen, Good Morning America's coming up shortly.